Well, good morning. It's 5 o'clock here on your Tuesday morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 47 now, and we're going to get pretty warm today. Stick around for the forecast and traffic still to come. Well, with just weeks away until Election Day, tens of thousands of Americans have already cast their ballots.
Early voting is underway in nearly every state. Lines wrapping around polling places in Connecticut, Texas, and South Carolina. One survey finds 47% of early votes have been cast by Democrats, 33% by Republicans.
ABC's Perry Russum reporting there. Now, early voting in Tennessee continues through the end of October. There's new security over a shooting at Ivana Collins Creek Apartments complex in Antioch. A security guard told police that he was shot while patrolling, saying he had been investigating a suspicious person. However, police say that guard has changed his story several times, and they haven't found a shell casing at the scene, but they did find one in the driver's seat of the security vehicle. Neighbors at that complex tell Channel 4 they become alarmed at the number of incidents.
It's too much going on in the property. It's always something. It's not cheap nowadays, so you want to feel comfortable where you're staying and like where you're staying, not come outside and see like trash and obviously police present. And you don't know what's going on or why they're here.
In the last 6 months, there have been 6 car thefts at that complex. A state lawmaker is calling on metro leaders to make greenways safer after the seemingly random murder of a woman out exercising last week. Since that shooting death of Alyssa Loketz, Fox 17 tells Democrat State Representative Jason Powell penned a letter to Mayor O'Connell, Police Chief John Drake, and the Metro Parks Director that a good start would be active patrolling by police bicycle teams on greenways, improved lighting, and emergency call stations. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. After steady record highs and advances by the major indexes, maybe some profit-taking Monday with a mixed outcome. The Dow lost 344 points. The S&P 500 down 11, coming off its 6th straight winning week, its longest such stretch of the year. But the Nasdaq gained 50 points. Trading was mixed in markets around the world. Crude oil prices rose to regain some of last week's sharp losses, while U.S. Treasury yields climbed and stock indexes mostly fell in Europe after finishing mixed in Asia. The rise in yields helped knock down stocks that tend to get hurt by higher interest rates, such as big dividend payers and businesses in the housing industry. Real estate owners fell to the sharpest loss among the 11 sectors that make up the S&P 500 index, while home builders, Lennar and D.R. Horton, both fell. More than 100 companies in the S&P 500 are on deck to give details this week about their performances during the summer. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Yeah, there could be some profit taking after the opening bell. Dow futures are down 212, NASDAQ futures minus 130, and the S&P futures are minus 30 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. You know, a spot this morning that's a little bit slow is 40 westbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Donaldson Pike, and that's because of road work. They've got a couple of right lanes blocked there. Otherwise, looking pretty good this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Headline from CNN. Kamala Harris campaigning with Liz Cheney in appeal to Republicans. I don't know if last night's or yesterday's town hall is going to do it. This thing kind of ended up in a train wreck because Maria Shriver, I don't know if I'm supposed to call her Maria Shriver or Maria Shriver Kennedy, but either way, right out of the box, she actually shanked it. Maria Shriver did. And she admitted that, all the questions, they're predetermined.
You're not, unfortunately. We have some predetermined questions, and hopefully I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head. I hope so.
So Kamala Harris on the road with Liz Cheney in a town hall kind of a format, and all the questions are predetermined. So you want to talk about just kind of letting the air out of the balloon or whatever it is. Okay, so what is this, like a stage play? I would be curious to know. I have not seen anything on the socials, but I would be curious to see if there is actually a teleprompter involved. And the Daily Mail and other places pointing out, typically presidential campaigns allow voters at town hall meetings to ask unscripted questions, which lends to a level of authenticity to the proceeding and highlights a presidential candidate's personal touch. I love this. The headline from the Daily Mail. I mean, this kind of became a big deal. Kamala Harris town hall host Maria Shriver says crowd cannot ask questions because they're predetermined. And again, that is the headline from the Daily Mail. Shriver said that she had agreed to moderate the event as a concerned citizen, but also as a journalist. I would ask Maria Shriver, okay, so if all of the questions are predetermined, then how exactly is it are you a journalist? Because aren't journalists supposed to ask actual questions? Why, yes, they are. She was quoted as saying, I want this to be like a kitchen table. Like, just think that we're sitting around at the kitchen table and we're talking and jamming about all kinds of stuff. She said, well, again, the problem is that the conversation was really stilted. And to be honest with you, I watched some of the, I'm going to air quote this, some of the highlights of this conversation, this town hall with Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney. And as you can imagine, and everyone is pointing out, the conversation was the same tired talking points we've been hearing for months now. It was all about Donald Trump and January 6th.
Is the rule of law, and it's our Constitution. And when you look at what Donald Trump did.
But you don't have to take my word for it.
Right.
Listen to the people who know him best.
This again?
The people who worked with him in the White House, in the Oval Office, in the Situation Room. His former chief of staff.
I mean, that's what it was like. It was like dead quiet in there. And you almost felt like, I guarantee you, if I was in there, I would have fallen asleep. Same old talking points. Now, the clips I saw, man, it was like quiet in that room. Remember when Kamala Harris said that people who go to Donald Trump rallies, they're exhausted and they leave out of boredom? I don't think that's the case with Donald Trump's rallies, but for Kamala Harris and this town hall last night or yesterday, I mean, it was bad. And there really was nothing that was new, and there was no personal touch at all. I'd be willing to bet that if you looked around the room, if the camera panned around, you would see people's eyes just kind of start glazing over, with Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney. And you heard, and it's almost like, as I said, you could hear a pin drop. It was really quiet, but not because they were speaking really intensely. No. It's because people were bored. There were no personal touches. There were no give and take, no real audience questions. It was all staged. And Maria Shriver, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know if she's considered a good journalist or not. But if she is, it was not indicative at the town hall with, of course, Liz Cheney, daughter to Dick Cheney. You know what's interesting? As I just go through the headlines every single morning, they talk about how this town hall was very boring. But then you look at what real Americans are going through. And I just played you the audio. They went down the same old tired road of Donald Trump. They say in the Daily Mail, in this bit of a review, the conversation was hardly raucous as Harris repeated many of her scripted lines about the love of country, and Cheney revisited her frequent attacks against former President Donald Trump for allowing the riots to occur on January 6th on Capitol Hill. Do you know what I wonder? I wonder if you're someone like Liz Cheney or you're someone like Kamala Harris and you repeat like the same thing every day, every rally, every town hall, nothing extemporaneous, nothing off the teleprompter. Do you start to feel a little self-conscious? Like, I can't believe I'm saying this yet again, in your mind? Because it's the same tired old road that they've been going down for years. The reality is, right now, and she, of course, talks about her opportunity economy, but the reality is there are many people who have seen the Harris and Biden economy firsthand, and they see this as anything but an opportunity economy, with all Americans facing higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and now soaring debt and layoffs. That is what's going on these days, and the American people are feeling it.
Macomb County, Michigan. These suburbs just north of Detroit are a blue-collar bellwether. Joseph Knowles about to send a message, about to defy his union leadership, about to vote Republican for president for the first time, about to vote for Donald Trump.
Oh, snap. Yeah, that's a union guy. And I love this piece by CNN. I'm going to be honest with you. I can't believe that they aired it. But it is. You just heard the setup. A union guy who is saying that I'm going to buck my party leadership, I'm going to buck my family, and I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. Hear his amazing story coming up next. It is coming up on 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Just some road work this morning. It's in Hermitage on I-40 westbound between Stewart's Ferry Pike and Donaldson Pike. The road work, they're blocking 2 lanes, so be careful as you travel through that. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Today's sunny and a high near 80. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News.
Macomb County, Michigan. These suburbs just north of Detroit are a blue-collar bellwether. Joseph Knowles about to send a message, about to defy his union leadership, about to vote Republican for president for the first time, about to vote for Donald Trump.
See, this guy's not going to be able to ask Kamala Harris any questions. Do you think this guy's going to be able to ask Kamala Harris any questions if he goes to some sort of a town hall or a rally? No. He might be able to get his question to an aide of Kamala Harris. Maybe they'll put it in the teleprompter and they'll be able to have some sort of a thing typed out for Kamala to respond. But I love the piece by CNN because this union guy, he loses his job because of layoffs. And yeah, you know what? He's getting desperate, so desperate that, yes, he will vote for Donald Trump.
And at this point now, I'm desperate. So I'm willing to try anything right now to make sure that I can fulfill my responsibility and to take care of my wife and kids. That's all I care about.
And he directly blames Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and their policies for his desperation.
Knowles is a union auto worker, one of 1,100 just laid off by Stellantis, the parent company of Chrysler Jeep. He blames corporate greed the most, but doesn't stop there.
The second blame, I will put it on Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. Why? Because of the EV mandates. I thought the Democratic Party was for the working class, people, the average Joe like me. That's what I thought.
Yeah, remember Donald Trump has said that forever. Those EV mandates are a road to nowhere because people, number one, they simply don't want to be forced to buy electric vehicles. The Wall Street Journal was among many publications that did predict massive union layoffs with these mandates. They say in total, the Biden administration's electric vehicle push will eliminate a projected 117,000 net auto manufacturing jobs nationwide. Eliminate all those jobs, 117,000. Michigan and the industrial Midwest will be ground zero. They said even if the big three automakers keep their market share and retool their existing plants, Michigan will lose at least 25,000 auto manufacturing jobs, including this guy. They also talk about Ohio and Indiana will lose 14,000 and 16,000 respectively. And so this guy is one of the victims of the Harris and Biden economy and the EV mandates. The UAW, by the way, also endorsed the Biden and Harris Inflation Reduction Act, which, of course, if you listen to this show, you know it had billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in electric vehicle subsidies that, again, killing union jobs in Michigan. So when this guy says corporate greed, I would respectfully suggest that you might want to reframe that to say union greed and Green New Deal greed. And what about the illegals?
Auto workers supporting Trump here echo his attacks on Biden's clean energy incentives and his claim illegal immigrants are to blame for lost jobs.
But if you do it the wrong way, I think you should get round up and just thrown out. I have no problem with that because it jeopardized my way of providing for my kids. If they take jobs.
Knowles waves off friends who call Trump racist, says he doesn't believe Vice President Harris is up to the job, and he spars with family members who say he should stay a Democrat.
Oh, man, I took it from my mom, from my auntie, cousins, my sister. They came at me.
That's courage, man. Let me tell you something. That is absolute courage. When you've got your UAW bosses, which, by the way, you know, if my union bosses, if I just lost my gig, and my bosses agreed to eliminate my position, I don't give a rat's behind what they say. And let's face it, across the country, there are, you know, there's the union rank and file, and we've seen the stories that the union rank and file, they are more for Donald Trump than they are for Kamala Harris. It's the leadership, the union bosses, who, of course, they are, by and large, they're Democrat to the core. Now, there's debate over whether or not illegal aliens are indeed taking union jobs. But if not right now, then at some point, yeah, because it is inevitable. Once they get those work permits or the visas, they can go work union jobs. And at some point, also, if a company ever decides to bust the union, you've got all these illegal aliens that are now willing to cross the picket line because certainly they were willing to cross our southern border and they didn't care. They didn't care about our sovereignty, and they certainly wouldn't care about crossing a picket line to get a gig. Our borders, the unions, it's all intertwined. It really is. So while Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney, you know, they're busy talking about all this nonsense.
Listen to the people who know him best. The people who worked with him in the White House.
The serious issues are being discussed right now. Kitchen tables all across America. Kamala Harris's policies simply cannot touch where Donald Trump is on these issues. She simply can't. And the other thing is, she can't talk about them. You know why? Because clearly she doesn't have the depth. 521 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Dan, new information about the intelligence leaked over the weekend regarding Israel's war plans. And also some communities in Franklin say they're being hit with a crime wave. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 521 on Nashville's Morning News. Friends, it is October. That means Halloween is just a few weeks away, and Busy Bee is celebrating by giving you some great deals on your HVAC and your plumbing. Now, they are your Rude Pro partners, and yes, they are giving you 50% off of a furnace inspection, 20% off of any furnace repair work at the time of service. How about $300 off of an ultraviolet home treatment system installation? And don't forget the Beehive Club. As a Beehive member, you'll receive 3 annual tune-ups, 1 cooling, 1 heating, and 1 plumbing. I've been a Beehive member for years. I also enjoy a 10% discount on all repairs, priority front-of-the-line service, no overtime or holiday fees, and so much more. And all of that for as low as $99 a year. Now, again, I've been a Beehive member for years, over 10, and I've had them install a new system. They fixed an old one, maintained all my units as well. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They provide outstanding customer service, and simply put, they do great work. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee HVAC, your Rude Pro partner, 615-775-7833. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 89.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. 528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Coming up, the Gang of Three. Really, really looking forward to about 6:06. Hans von Spakovsky will be joining us. Republicans' concerns over these overseas absentee ballots. Are the Democrats up to their old tricks? Really, really interesting accusations and lawsuits being filed by the Republicans. We're going to talk about all of that and a whole lot more with Hans von Spakovsky coming up on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. The Super Text line is open, by the way, 615-737-9986. I want to tell you about my friends at Coin. Listen, did you know that you're funding America's future? And it's not the future you want for you or your kids. Did you know that most major credit cards funnel millions of dollars to liberal causes and candidates, hoping that you don't notice? Take a stand and get the woke out of your wallet. Coin is the conservative's credit card. You earn cash back while advancing a conservative future. Apply right now at coin.com. That's COIGN. The spelling is important. Coin.com. Terms apply. Go to coin.com/disclosures for full details. One more time, that's COIGN. Coin.com. Your conservative values credit card.
Good morning. It's now 5:29. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast and traffic still to come. The FBI and Defense Department are investigating what could be a significant intelligence breach after what appears to be classified information about Israel's plans to strike Iran were posted by a Telegraph account.
If the markings on the documents are legit, it means that it was shared not just with the U.S. intelligence officials, but with other countries, specifically what's known as the Five Eyes. We're talking about Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand. Those Five Eye countries receive a lot of information from the United States, and in turn, we receive a lot of information from them. And those documents that we've seen have those kind of markings, so that's something else that kind of needs to be looked at.
The U.S. trying to determine if those documents were leaked by someone on the inside or if it's someone who had access from the outside of the intelligence community. Who's vandalizing homes in Franklin? Chelsea Understander from the West Haven community tells Channel 4 they went all out to create a Halloween display that someone flattened in an instant on Sunday morning.
You spend so much time building like an art sculpture like that, and then someone just like tackles it and runs it down. So yeah, it's just a shame.
She says some of her neighbors had windows broken and garage doors kicked in. One neighbor even had a pumpkin thrown through one of their windows. Tennessee's entire congressional delegation sent a letter urging House and Senate leaders to provide meaningful federal aid for farmers affected by Hurricane Helene. That letter comes after the Department of Agriculture last week announced affected states like North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and others would receive $223 million in aid, but Tennessee was not included. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures all pointing down this morning. Dow futures minus 191, NASDAQ futures down 113, and the S&P futures are minus 26 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. And next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looking pretty good so far this morning. The only trouble spot is that I-40 southbound loop westbound to exit 210. It's road work and the off-ramp right lane is blocked. You only have access to the left lane. That'll cause some slowdown. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the Gang of Three. Joan Jones, good morning to you.
Well, hello there.
Johnny's here. Hey, Johnny.
Hello.
Everybody bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning. I feel like I'm all excited. Everybody else is just sort of,
Haven't had the second cup of coffee yet. Just give us time.
Joan, I'm feeling a little bit like you guys are kind of,
Really?
I think somebody's dog is going to bark at that. You better stop.
Yeah. I know, Johnny, you guys are great. I wanted the opportunity to somehow incorporate that into the King of.
Well, I think we ought to find 2 or 3 more that you can incorporate that into.
Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
So there's Halloween vandalism going on in West Haven.
Yes.
I used to live there. I think we talked about that. Yeah, I used to live in West Haven. Listen to Joan. You did?
Well,
you
Johnny
used to live in that highfalutin, really expensive neighborhood? Yeah, I did.
Is it a highfalutin, really expensive neighborhood? I didn't know.
Oh, Joan doesn't know.
Yeah, she sure doesn't.
Yeah, Joan, that's a high. So West Haven out there in Williamson County?
Also known as Pineapple Express.
Yeah. So here's the deal on
this
West.
This is disturbing. Johnny just informed me about the Pineapple Express.
Yeah, in West Haven.
Yeah,
and you live there.
Yeah, I never got a pineapple. Never once. I'm still a little hurt over that.
No pineapple, huh?
Nobody dropped the pineapple. I don't know exactly how the whole swinging thing works. But yeah, West Haven used to be known for swinging. I don't know if it still is. Whatever. But I do find it funny.
That wasn't the purpose of this conversation at all.
I think that what happened. Well, I'm just curious if the people who had their Halloween decorations destroyed. I wonder if that was, maybe had to do with, a husband sleeping with somebody's wife or something like that because of all the swinging that goes on in
but if you're
West Haven.
If you're a swinger and you're in a community like that, isn't it kind of understood that that's how it's going to be?
Yeah.
You know what? I think there's rules to swinging, actually, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think. From what I understand, I don't know this from firsthand experience, but I think part of swinging is that everybody's got to be on the same page. So if maybe some people were like swinging, but like on the side, so nobody else knew about it, like the other.
I see. Yeah.
Right?
That did have, was it Robin Thicke? That's why his wife left him. They were in a open relationship, and Robin started liking the girlfriend, and they would see each other solo.
Open relationships. What could go wrong?
Why get married? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah. And my goodness, I hope there are not kids involved in this.
Please.
What a horrible.
What are we talking about? The swinging or the?
No, not in the swinging, but just in the exchange of relationships with people. I don't think that's healthy for kids to.
No, I would
be exposed to.
I would assume that the kids wouldn't know that the parents are throwing around pineapples.
Hey, Mom, why does our jack-o'-lantern? Why is it a pineapple?
1701. Are you a swinger, Dan? No, but not for lack of trying.
Really?
I'm kidding, man.
So there is a site called.
Yeah, you know what happened is I tried to be a swinger, but the other people were like, I'm totally kidding. Sorry. What were you saying, Joan?
There are swinger rules.
Okay, go ahead.
According to this website, WeGotAThing.medium.com. That's what it's called.
Oh, man.
Our relationship comes first. We will not do something that might hurt one another in order to protect the feelings of someone outside of our relationship.
Okay.
If one of us decides not to participate, we are both out. No questions asked, no judgment.
That's it.
Okay.
We choose who we will be with together.
Right.
Neither of us selects for the other one, and neither of us selects without agreement from the other one. So, you'd have to, Dan, you would have to say, hey, Amy, is it okay if me and Mrs. Jones down the street?
Yeah.
And if she says, oh, no, not her, you have to go, all right, never mind.
Sure.
Leaving aside the part where you just use your own last name as an example.
Boy, marriage is hard.
So, okay, I should have used Smith.
Marriage is hard enough work.
Oh, my God. I can't imagine.
I know.
This sounds like, oh, man.
I said a long time ago, it's like, yeah, I need to disappoint 2 women in my life. And you know what? After all done, I'll have to go down the street and take out her trash, too. Why would I possibly want to do that?
Have to mow her grass.
Mow her grass. Do her damn dishes.
Clean her pool.
We do not air our dirty laundry in front of others. If there's any disagreement, we discuss it privately. When others are with us, we present a unified front.
It's between all 3 of us.
How long can that last?
It couldn't.
No.
I mean, obviously people do this. The logistics alone.
Yeah.
It's making my brain cramp.
Yeah.
So whatever.
There's more, but some of it is not suitable for
Tawdry?
a family show.
Yeah. Tawdry?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Tawdry. Very good word.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well.
You wordsmith, you. You might not have pineapple,
Joan,
but you have word.
Yeah, you do,
Joan,
man.
that is the funniest thing you've said since you got here. Mandis is a wordsmith. Good Lord, man. I was the guy that do you remember the, Johnny, do you remember the video that you were so complimentary of?
Yes.
It was me with the California closets thing?
Yes.
I used a word that I actually made up, and I can't remember. It was functionability. I think that's what I said.
Yeah.
That's not a real word?
Well, it is now.
Yeah.
But
Well, it should be.
But I made it up. I think I was supposed to say functionality, but I said functionability, which I guess is not a word. And you know how I know it's not a word? Because every person who ever watched that video told me that it's not a word. And so when that run ended, we had a great run with California Closets. That's over now. But I was like, take the damn video down. Because I was tired of people telling me that I made up a word. But listen, making up words, that's actually a skill.
Yeah, it is. I mean, wasn't it Fred Durst, I think, that made up the word agreeance?
Yes.
On an award show, he said we're all in agreeance.
I've heard people use that word before.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably me, and I probably used it wrong. So that's a tragedy, what's going on over there at West Haven.
Yeah, and they're having a lot of problems.
John, do you guys put up Halloween decorations?
We really don't. We don't get. We put
you live
up,
like out in the country.
We put up fall decorations. The only thing I have that pertains to Halloween is a sign that says the neighbors have better candy.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Joan, how about you? Now you're in the new house, and so you haven't spent on October, I don't think, in your house, have you?
We
Maybe
did
you
last
have.
year. Yep.
So do kids come by, or is it like too far out in the hinterland?
Too far in the hinterland.
All right.
Yeah. See, the thing is,
And we don't do Halloween anyway. We do fall, like Johnny.
Are you guys judging me because we do Halloween at my house? I'm feeling judged.
You be you.
Yeah, you be.
Oh
Dan.
my gosh!
Yeah,
you guys are judging me. Are you calling me like a heathen kind of a thing?
No, you be ghoulish. You be.
Oh, you worship the devil.
Satanic.
You
Go on.
you celebrate
be
Halloween,
you.
and I bet you listen to Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, I can
I
really
know,
picture Joan listening.
And the Beatles backwards. I know you do. I know you do.
I've done the backmasking. John, you've done the backmasking, right?
Oh, sure. I buried Paul.
I can't remember which one it was, but I think it was an Ozzy or a Black Sabbath song where in class one time we were turning it around, doing it backwards.
Yes.
And I think if I remember correctly, I may have to Google it, but somewhere it said, and I didn't like this, just so we're clear, but it said, Jesus is a dirty woman.
Oh, man.
It said that, yeah. And I can't remember. I think it was Ozzy, but I'm not sure. So I probably shouldn't have said it on the radio. Anyway, hey, what's your favorite Halloween candy, Joan?
Reese's peanut butter cups.
Atta girl.
You take them out of the bag, whatever you're collecting them in, you put them in the freezer.
Yeah.
Oh, to die for.
Do you know, I never knew about the putting the Reese's in the freezer thing until Leviticus, who used to work here. I think he still does. I don't know. But the putting it in the freezer.
Yeah.
And so one day he stuck one in the freezer and brought it to me, and it was really good. I had never had a kind of frozen Reese's peanut butter cup before.
Yeah, they're so good.
They are good.
Try peppermint patties the same way.
Peppermint patty. So, yeah, you know what? From a candy standpoint, Joan, we're 2 for 2.
Okay.
Now, here comes the big test, though, Johnny. Do you know what the big test is for Joan?
Candy corn.
Where does she stand on candy corn?
Oh, I love candy corn.
Wow.
However...
Damn, you're going to screw it up.
There's a process. There's a process. You have to bite the top off first.
Yeah.
You have to bite the colors off.
Yep.
One at a time.
I do that. All right.
Why are we so alike?
When you eat your peanut butter cup, do you eat the ridges off first and then?
No.
You don't do that?
No.
You know what? We came close, but clearly we're not meant to be.
That's okay.
We can't eat candy together. You know what's weird? Do you know the kids know? By the way, Johnny, were you on candy corn? Remind me.
Oh, no.
Right.
You don't do candy corn?
I do not do candy corn. Sorry.
Is it
is
it blasphemous? What is it?
No, it's just
blasphemous.
I just don't like it.
Okay.
Do you know
Nor peppermint patty? Sorry.
Do you know? Although, in fairness, I have not eaten candy corn, and I think about 4 or 5 years. There was a listener, Johnny. Do you remember this? A listener brought me like a 5-pound bag of candy corn.
I remember.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember this.
I ate candy corn for like 6 months. I gained about. Matter of fact, I think that was right before I said I can't do this anymore. I've got to lose weight because I gained like 20 pounds in candy corn alone. So that was when it was like, all right, I got to lose weight, and I lost a bunch of weight. Do you know that I have not eaten candy corn since then?
Really?
Yeah, it was like the dad that forces his kid to smoke like 20 cigarettes, and then that kills you for cigarettes, or like maybe a bunch of whiskey, when you're a kid.
Yeah.
So I haven't had candy corn since. That whoever that listener was, 5 pounds of candy corn, and I was done. Dropped it off at the station. Do you know what I got at home? This was so weird. Every once in a while, somebody just sends me something at my house anonymously. And my address apparently is out there. Somebody sent me a really cool coffee mug that was like a grandpa thing.
Oh, that's sweet.
It almost brought me to tears.
Yeah.
I don't know who it was because, there was no note or anything.
Wow.
So it's either somebody that I know that sent it to me, which nobody has said anything, and I actually
there was no note with it?
No, and I don't really know anybody, so there's that too.
You know me and Johnny.
Yeah, you know us.
Yeah.
You guys wouldn't spend the postage to send something in the mail. I mean, you would give it to me here at work.
Okay, that's fair.
Because I'm not worth the postage, right, Joan? Anyway, so I'm totally kidding.
Man, you are really beating up on yourself.
I'm totally kidding. Anyway, so yeah, somebody sent me. Well, you know what, Joan, you and Joan didn't laugh at my snoring in the original segment.
We actually were.
I didn't hear it.
We were both laughing. I laughed when I first heard it, then all of a sudden you played it again, and I hear Joan laughing.
So here we go. Somebody said what I was thinking. Alert, Dan. This is 2666. Alert, Dan. You have a stalker. Call police. What? Why are you not alerted? Why are you not scared that people know your address? Openly know your address?
Yes.
Have you blurred out your house on Google Maps?
No.
Boy, it got quiet all of a sudden.
Listen, I can go back to the snoring.
Yeah.
No, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, something weird happens. I'm just going to be honest. Every once in a while, something weird happens. But people should know that not only am I a dead aim thanks to the Glock store, but so is Amy.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
She has a really good shot.
Same with
no,
our
but
house.
even there's one guy that I'm thinking about. Even my most hater, even the guy that hates me the most, I don't think he would show up at my house. I just don't think that he would.
You have a hater?
Joan. I've got many haters, actually. Yeah, it's Saturday.
And they
I do.
all
Whatever.
listen to you, which means they're not really haters.
No, whatever. I don't care. But no, as I said, every once in a while something comes in the mail, but that's about it. And I guess I could get my address off of the.
Well, it's interesting you say that because when Phil Valentine passed away, I got some sympathy cards at my house.
Yeah,
that were from listeners, and I thought, how did they get my address?
I don't know. Is it?
Well, it's easy to do.
Well, yeah. I mean, years ago, when I first started in radio, my ex-wife said, I was dating at the time, said, "Are you sure you want to use your real name?" And that was the moment where I thought, well, do I use my real name, or do I go by Daddy Dark? You know what I mean?
Daddy Dark.
And I said, no, you know what? I hate sticky radio names.
Yeah.
Johnny B.
Yeah.
I hate sticky radio names.
I didn't like that one either.
Really?
No.
Now, is your Johnny B, is that B-E-E-B-E-A?
No. Just
everybody knows I'm kidding.
Or either E-B, because that's my middle initial. So John E-B.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I get it. All right, very good.
Kind of Prince-like.
Sure, Johnny.
I'll go with that.
You keep telling yourself that.
I will.
By the way, 0276 says, Johnny, you have the nicest laugh.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Very nice of them.
What do I have? What does Joan have? Everybody always compliments everybody else, Joan. Nobody says it. Well, they always compliment you, too.
You have candy. And if you have candy, you need to bring it in. I'm just saying.
Wow.
And then the compliments will fly.
Yeah.
Sure. All the Reese's peanut butter cups you can eat, just tell me I'm nice. Whatever. Joan Jones, what's coming up?
Well, the calls for more pedestrian safety are gaining momentum in Nashville, and 2 measures the Biden administration is proposing for young adults. Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:53 on WTN. We have big news from my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking of buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, right now is your time. Gun safes are sales tax free from my friends at DT McCall's. It is hunting season, so be sure you're keeping your gun safe when you're not in the tree stand with a Liberty gun safe from my friends at DT McCall's. They are the largest Liberty gun safe dealer in the state of Tennessee. Now, you ask the question, why? Free delivery and free setup. These other places, they're going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models, $300 for smaller models, but not at DT McCall's. DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every safe for free every time, period. No setup charge either. Security is important these days, and a Liberty gun safe from DT McCall's can be used for valuables, cash, jewelry, important documents, and so much more. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Hey, I'm Joan Jones on Super Talk 99.7. And you know, the dual power of radio and digital has always been such a plus for our advertisers. So if you're thinking about your 2025 plans, make sure you check us out at 997wtn.com/epic. Go there now.
5:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. After the news with Joan Jones, Hans von Spakovsky is going to be joining us, of course, from the Heritage Foundation, former FEC commissioner as well. Republican concerns over these overseas absentee ballots. Are the Democrats up to their old tricks? Hans will join us coming up at about 6:06 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Well, good morning. It's 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 47 degrees now, and it's going to be a warm one today. We've got traffic ahead in just 5 minutes. The man who hit several people boarding a downtown rideshare van with his car on Friday is scheduled to make a court appearance today. John Williams, charged with killing a tourist from Wisconsin in that DUI crash. And that wasn't the only deadly crash in downtown last weekend. A prominent lawyer from New Jersey was also killed while he was attempting to cross Broadway. He was in the crosswalk. Jeannie Stenner, who went to a concert with friends, tells Channel 4 that they are constantly looking out for cars.
It's scary. It's dangerous. I don't know how they can improve it, slow the speed limit down. I don't know. Make more time for people to walk across, make it more visible.
The crashes are renewing calls for safety improvements in downtown Nashville. Outside of Houston, the NTSB gave an update on its investigation into a helicopter crash Sunday that killed 4 people. Safety investigator Brian Rutt said that the helicopter, or airplane as he calls it, flew into a communications tower.
This particular airplane does not have a flight data recorder, and it's not required to. But we are searching for other devices that contain data that we can use.
He says more investigators will join the search for a cause today. The Biden administration making a couple of last-ditch efforts to sway favor with some Americans. The White House is proposing a rule now that would provide women with free over-the-counter access to birth control pills. Their insurance companies would have to pay for it. It's also extending the pause on student loan payments for borrowers enrolled in the SAVE plan. It comes as the Department of Education continues to defend that plan against legal challenges. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Investors have backed down from last week's rally that sent the Dow Jones and S&P to new heights. The Dow yesterday fell 344 points to land back below 43,000. The Standard & Poor's gave up 0.2%. The Nasdaq rose 0.25%. Precious metals analysts had been predicting it, and now gold prices have indeed notched another record high. It was trading this morning at $27.35 per ounce, gold futures at $27.51. Gas prices, meanwhile, have begun to pull back after spiking in the wake of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. The national average for regular fell 3 cents in the past week to $3.14 a gallon. It's about 39 cents lower than a year ago. It's bye-bye to bye-bye baby stores. The chain says it'll shift to an online-only environment and close all of its brick-and-mortar locations by the end of this year. Inventory clearance sales at Bye Bye Baby are already underway. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures all pointing down this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, there is a crash right now in the South Loop. It's 65 southbound at the I-40 exit. That's exit number 82. The left and right shoulders are blocked by this crash. That's an odd one. It's, again, the South Loop, 65 southbound at exit 82. The left and the right shoulders are blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:06 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News. Along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here indeed. And there's a lot I want to get to with our guest Hans von Spakovsky, who literally wrote the book on election integrity, former FEC chairman as well. I want to talk a little bit about what the accusations are. There's a lot of conversation regarding lawsuits Republicans have filed in the swing states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and North Carolina that could impact overseas absentee ballots. This is a big deal. Republicans say there are loopholes that would allow ineligible people to vote. Some of the concerns being made by the Republicans that those overseas voters, meaning military and their families and expats, can vote without showing proper ID. They say that the way the laws are written, some expats could vote without ever actually living in that particular state. And another concern is that while military members are allowed to vote in their home state, their spouses or dependents need to have some additional scrutiny to ensure that they are voting in the state that they're supposed to be voting in. So there's a lot here, Hans. There's a lot here, and I just want to get an update from you on these lawsuits that the Republicans have leveled in the very important critical states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and North Carolina.
Yeah, it's important to understand that they are not trying to prevent members of the military and others from voting. What they're trying to do is make sure that the law is properly followed. And what we're talking about here, Dan, is, look, there's a federal law. The acronym for it is UOCAVA. And what it does is it guarantees the right of a member of the military or his or her family who are overseas and American civilians who are overseas, like folks in the State Department. They are guaranteed the right to vote by absentee ballot in U.S. elections in the last place they were a resident before they left the country.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And that's the important proviso that's at issue here. You know, if you're from North Carolina, you join the military then transfers you to a base in Germany, you were a resident in North Carolina, you're supposed to vote there. But what's happening is that there are instances where people are saying, well, you know, maybe I resided in North Carolina, but I'm going to claim I lived in Florida because they don't have an income tax, so I'm going to vote there, even though they never lived there. Or, you know, we have American expats, right? People who move abroad, and they're not on a visit, they're living abroad. They then have children. Those children grow up abroad. They've never lived in the United States. They've never resided in the state their parents came from, and yet they're registering in their parents' home state from, 20 years ago and claiming they can vote there. And that's what the RNC lawsuits are about, trying to stop that, not trying to stop people who are actually qualified under that federal statute.
Which, by the way, that's some of the charges being made by the Democrats, is that the Republicans are trying to stop people from voting. But they could also theoretically say that they lived in Pennsylvania, and everybody knows that this election is going to run through Pennsylvania. So that's obviously, I would think, a concern as well. When do these lawsuits that the Republicans have filed, what's the timeline for those? I mean, we were supposed to vote in a couple of weeks.
Well, of course, that's the problem. It's awfully late before an election, and I don't know whether there's going to be enough time for them to get an order from a judge, which is what they're seeking, saying that what they want is an order from a judge saying, someone who from overseas who registered to vote in the state who never ever lived there, that vote shouldn't be counted. And I just don't know whether they're going to get a judge to issue an order this close to the election.
Well, and I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm a conservative through and through, but when I read this, I'm like, where have you been the last 4 years? Like are these new regulations that they've just happened, or have they just been sitting on their hands for the last 4 years? And then they decided a couple of weeks before the election, hey, let's file lawsuits against this.
Well, I think what triggered this was nobody had thought about this until about a month and a half ago, 2 months, it may have been 2 months ago, when the Democratic Party made a big deal and announced that they were going to spend a whole lot of money to try to reach these kinds of overseas voters to get them registered and to get them voting. So this was actually triggered by, frankly, operatives of the Democratic Party saying that they were going to seek out and find these kind of individuals.
Well, I'm seeing Hans von Spakovsky is joining us from the Heritage Foundation. I'm seeing some of these higher than usual number of ballots from overseas. So some are saying there has been a massive increase. This organization, Democrats Abroad, is the official organization for the Democrat Party for citizens living abroad. They say that there are 1.6 million swing state eligible voters living abroad. The rest of the 2.8 million are scattered across America. And so some are pointing out that this is weird because you've got all of these overseas voters that live in the swing states. Meanwhile, states that are more populous like California, Texas, Florida, and New York, the largest states in the country, but they don't have as many. So it does seem a little bizarre, and I think people are sitting up and taking notice that the Democrats are suddenly saying that they've got all of these swing state voters abroad, and it just seems a little weird.
Well, yeah, particularly because the states aren't actually verifying. Look, when somebody uses your copy to vote, they're not verifying that the person who's doing it, who lives in, say, Japan, they're not verifying that they're actually a U.S. citizen.
Right.
They're just relying on that person saying they are a U.S. citizen, and that, of course, also raises huge concerns, particularly for the Trump campaign, because, as you know, most of Europe is very much anti-Trump. Their media is anti-Trump. So that is also a real risk and a real concern.
Yeah, and the worry is that here in the States, we're going to have the election, and then it's going to look like Donald Trump is doing really well, and he's going to win, and then all of a sudden there's going to be this big ballot dump from overseas, and it's going to be hijinks and shenanigans all over again. And that is, well, I'm going to ask you, the Republicans, this is a valid concern?
Yeah, it should be. Look,
Okay.
no one from abroad should be able to vote unless they can produce a photocopy of their military ID or their U.S. passport. Because if they're an American living abroad, they have to have one or the other. And that currently is not being required and not being done.
6:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. More with Hans von Spakovsky. Coming up next, time to check the roads on WTN. Sunny today, high near 80. Right now, 47 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with Hans von Spakovsky talking about basically ballots and voting and whether or not we are headed towards a free and fair election. You know, every year, and this year, of course, is no exception, people in early voting are saying that the ballot machines are switching names from Trump to Harris. Now, I'm going to tell you, Hans, when I went in, because I early voted, it was a computer touch screen. You select your candidates, then you review and you confirm, then you print out the ballot and confirm again on paper. And so I guess, you know, they call those ballot marking devices. That's what they, I guess, call this kind of voting. I've seen that most states have some sort of a paper trail these days. Either paper ballots, what we do here in Tennessee with the ballot marking devices, and some still use machine only, I suppose. How many states are left that just do machine voting without any kind of a paper ballot to confirm your vote? Do we know?
Well, almost nobody. I mean, that has pretty much disappeared. The last big state that was doing that was Georgia. And just before the 2020 election, because so many people were complaining and the legislators were very concerned about that, just before the 2020 election, Georgia, which is an all-electronic voting machine state, they don't use paper ballots except for absentee ballots. They actually switched to the kind of machines you're talking about. Yeah, you use an electronic screen to make your choices, But once you've done that, it prints out a paper list of the candidates you selected, those that are run through a computer scanner. So you can double check that to make sure that that's not a problem.
Let me ask you, just moving on from all of that, there's now, of course, you have the Democrats who are hyperventilating over Republicans, trying to clean the voter rolls and all of that. Update me on, I know Virginia just had a big brouhaha out there. And so just tell me, by and large, are you confident that the rolls have been cleared out for this election? How worried are you?
Depends on the state you're in.
Yeah.
Some states are doing a much better job. Tennessee is actually a very good state for that. So are other places like Texas and Virginia. But the problem is you have now, as you know, a very weaponized U.S. Justice Department under Merrick Garland and Joe Biden. And people are just astonished when they find out that, Virginia recently announced that they found and removed 6,300 aliens from their voter rolls. So what happened? Did the Justice Department ask for the files on those aliens so they could investigate and prosecute them, given that it's a violation of federal criminal law for an alien to register and vote? Oh, no. No, the Merrick Garland Justice Department sued them, claiming that they can't remove aliens from the voter rolls and have to keep them on.
I don't understand. Hans, I've got to ask a question. I'm baffled by that, because clearly you can't have illegal aliens voting. So what legal justification does the Justice Department have to sue Virginia to keep them on the rolls?
They are misinterpreting the National Voter Registration Act, the Motor Voter Law. Motor Voter has this 90-day, what they call quiet period, which basically says if you have a systematic program to remove ineligible voters, you got to stop that program 90 days before the election. But that provision applies to people who were eligible to register and who then later became ineligible. Aliens were never eligible to vote. So that 90-day provision clearly does not apply to aliens who were breaking the law when they registered in the first place. But Justice is saying, oh, no, it does apply. And what they're expecting is they will get a liberal judge, someone appointed by Biden or Obama, who will say, oh, yeah, you're right. You can't take those aliens off the rolls.
Unbelievable. We're hearing, by the way, back to the overseas ballots, we're hearing that there's a lot more of these overseas ballots than we've seen in previous elections. Are you hearing that? And the bottom line is this, a two-part question. Number one, how confident are you that when we reach the end of this election, both sides will agree that it was a free and fair election? That's number one. And number two, by and large, are you satisfied with the Republican Party? And maybe it depends on the state, obviously. But by and large, are you confident that the Republican Party has done a good job of ensuring that this is a free and fair election by doing what they need to do?
Oh, listen, the Republican Party today is 1,000% better than it was prior to 2020. They have been filing lawsuits for the past year over issues like this, often very successfully. They've really been on the ball. They weren't, frankly, before the 2020 election. How confident am I? Well, I tell you, a lot of it is going to depend on how close the election is. Yeah. And I will tell you that if Kamala Harris loses by a small margin, there's no way the Democrats will accept that. They'll be making false claims of voter suppression, which is the thing they've been saying for years every time anybody proposes something common sense like voter ID.
Yeah, and then look what happens in Georgia. They screamed voter suppression, then they had the biggest turnout ever, particularly among Black Americans. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so we need. Well, conservatives need clearly a landslide to actually have the Democrats accept this, and I'm sure the Republicans will probably have a similar reaction if Donald Trump loses by a hair. So we'll have to, I guess, wait and see what happens. Hans, I feel like this was a pretty good, wide-ranging interview on voting. Did I miss anything?
Well, you know, there's a $1 billion lottery out there that Elon Musk is giving to people who sign his petition and are registered voters in particular states. I'm not in one of those states. If I was, I'd sign up for it.
So let me ask this, because I know that some of the Democrats, I guess, I haven't really paid close attention to that. Is that legal, what he's saying?
It is. They're claiming that it's a violation of federal law. I actually should have an op-ed, an article out very soon explaining why it's perfectly legal. It's not a violation of federal law.
All right. Hans von Spakovsky, always great to have you on. I'll look forward to that op-ed and appreciate you shining some light on all of these issues. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones is here, and coming up in the news at 6:30 we have...
Well, it was non-functional and ugly. NDOT removes a temporary traffic fixture. The Hamas leader who was killed by a drone last weekend was reportedly counted on something that the Biden and Harris administration is doing. Those stories are coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you say ugly and non-functional?
It was ugly and non-functional, yes.
It sounds like Washington, D.C.
Oh, maybe it had something to do with that.
All right. I'm just saying. 6:24, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Friends, listen, if you have a piece of property, maybe some land that you don't know what to do with, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. You know, putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco, it could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage and event space, an equestrian building. You can just live in it. The thing is, pole barns from Stoltzco, they are flexible and they're built really well. They will stand the test of time. You could also, by the way, plan ahead and build your retirement home. Again, these pole barns that you can live in, they're called barn dominiums. And this is the company you need to call if you're curious. Stoltzco, 615-622-5992. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. If you're curious, go to Instagram or Facebook. Find Stoltzco there on the socials. They've got a lot of great examples of their work. You can also find them online, stoltzco.com, their website, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. That's stoltzco.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
The dual power of radio and digital advertising on Super Talk 99.7 WTN has always delivered for our local advertisers. Now's your chance to book your 2025 marketing campaign early for savings and incentives. Just reach out today to your local ad representative or go to 997wtn.com/epic.
.629 Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to call Cove Generators. And right now, they're offering you a free 7-year warranty. That is over $1,000 value. So if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator, now is the time to do it. Cove Generators also offers great financing options as well. They are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators and never lose power again. That phone number, 931-559-3311. Tell them Dan Mandis showed you to reach out and get that free 7-year warranty. Again, that's going to be over $1,000 in value. They can also service your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you own. Call them at 931-559-3311. Cove Generators, 931-559-3311, covegenerators.com.
Well, good morning, 6:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. We're sitting at 47 degrees. We're headed up to 82 today. Stand by for traffic in about 5 minutes. A dangerous intersection in Hermitage is getting some new scrutiny now. NDOT had installed what they called a temporary traffic circle. It was at Jacksonian Drive and Bonnet Creek Drive to get drivers to slow down, but it was too confusing for some drivers.
We had an incident on Friday afternoon where a Metro Nashville public school bus couldn't get through, had to use a side street.
It's causing more confusion than anything else if you're not sure how to go about getting around that thing.
And residents also said it wasn't very attractive either. NDOT removed the roundabout, but now the drivers there are speeding through the intersection once again. Officials are considering a 4-way stop instead. The now deceased leader of Hamas, who masterminded the October 7th massacre, reportedly told Hamas officials based outside of Gaza to reject any deals to return the hostages in part because the Biden-Harris administration was beginning to turn on Israel. That piece of information was contained in a report from the Wall Street Journal about the effort that went into locating and killing Yahya Sinwar. The Journal report said that the Sinwar believed that the longer negotiations were drawn out, more civilian casualties would occur, creating worldwide pressure on Israel to cave in to Hamas's demands. Well, police may be searching for a one-legged person in Cincinnati after 3 suspects stole $50,000 worth of shoes, but the thieves only took the right shoe. The store owner tells police the left shoes and the boxes were all left behind. The thieves did not take any money or expensive shoes. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Well, stock futures all pointing down. The Dow futures are minus 167. NASDAQ futures falling 97, and the S&P futures are minus 24 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32 on WTN. Listen, every night at homework time, I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, we can stay connected in my house with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. Now, listen, homework and radio shows, they don't wait for the Internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. I rely on Xfinity. I've been a customer for years. Now, if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. Tell them Dan Mandis showed you to reach out. 1-800-XFINITY, 1-800-XFINITY, online, xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Got a problem this morning, Talbot's Corner. It's 65 southbound lanes past Trinity Lane, exit 87. A crash is blocking the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
638, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't know if they were listed in the litany of sponsors for our big November 5th broadcast, the election, but Space Cowboy Coffee is going to be there too. I made sure that they were there because we're going to be up a long time.
For days.
It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long day the next day. And if Kamala Harris wins, it's going to be a long 4 years. Anyway, 6271. Although, coming up, I'm going to give you just some headlines, smattering of headlines out there today. Very good polling news for Donald Trump. Again, I'm just going to dip my toe in. Don't get mad at me. 6271 says, Dan, I've checked around with a few people and can't seem to get an answer. How can Gloria Johnson have an ad on TV that plainly states, I'm a teacher, I'm not a politician? She is a politician, 6271 says. How can they keep running that ad over and over and over again when it's a lie? I sent an email to Cameron Sexton. I'm sure that it was strongly worded. Haven't heard anything back. He says, I also sent an email to Marsha Blackburn, haven't heard anything. It really bugs me that they can get away with this. Thanks, Dan. 6271. Politicians lie, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The FCC doesn't regulate political commercials, and she can say all she... And by the way, Donald Trump has said often that he's not a politician either. Clearly, he is the president of the United States, and technically he is a politician. Gloria Johnson saying that she's not a politician, for me, it's just like whatever. I mean, whether it's how she votes or how she behaves, I don't care. I'm never in a million years would I vote for Gloria Johnson. Unfortunately, this is why people are so cynical about politics. Because politicians do lie. Joe Biden's entire first presidency, first term in office, his only term in office, as president of the United States, was based in a lie. Remember when he used to always say, oh gosh, so 6271, you've triggered me now. Give me 30 seconds. Because I know that a lot of you folks have heard this time and time again. But when Joe Biden, the whole BS about the soul of America, and he's running to save the soul of America, well, great. Not only did you not save the soul of America, but you destroyed its border, its immigration. You also destroyed its economy. But he said that he was running to save the soul of America because Donald Trump said that white supremacists were fine people. And everyone knows that was a lie. And they still bring that out. They keep talking about Agenda 2025, which is not Donald Trump's agenda. The Democrats and members of the media, they continuously tell that lie, and that lie has been debunked many times. How about Donald Trump? Donald Trump is for a federal abortion ban. No, he's not. And he has said so time and time again. Donald Trump has said, despite what the media and the Democrats perpetually lie about, Donald Trump has said ad nauseum, he is not for a national abortion ban. He said it's where it belongs, in the states, at the state level. But that doesn't stop the Democrats from lying time and time and time again. You know what's interesting about the Democrats? And I do wonder if this is why Kamala Harris, her polling is going to crap. And I wonder if the reason why is because, you know, people, they only really start to pay attention a few weeks before the election, as stunning as that is. And so I think that people are catching on that not only are the Democrats lying about Donald Trump's record and the things that Donald Trump stands for and the things that Donald Trump has said, but they're also lying about their own record. So everything the Democrats do is a complete and utter lie, whether it's Gloria Johnson or Kamala Harris. They just lie. And I'm sure that the hate listeners are out there saying, oh, what about all the lies that Donald Trump has told? Oh, has Donald Trump told a bunch of lies in this political season? I mean, you can't sit here and say that Trump's candidacy is based in and of itself on a lie, which is what you could say about Joe Biden in his first term. We could also talk about the fact that the Democrats, for the better part of 2 years, have been telling us that Joe Biden is fit to serve. He's fit to be in office, when clearly he wasn't. And then finally, they realized that the election was not going their way. They were watching the polls, and Trump was doing better and better and better against Biden as his mind was slipping. So were the polls in Donald Trump's favor. And so then, of course, the Democrats have an oh crap moment. Oh crap, we got to get Biden out of there. And so they he won the primary. He won the primary, but they ushered him out and they inserted Kamala Harris. And that's just what the Democrats do. And so I think part of the reason why there's so many headlines this morning that are good for Donald Trump is because people are paying attention. Finally, they're paying attention. And I think, regardless of what some of you folks think, I believe that the whole thing regarding McDonald's, I think that was huge. Absolutely huge, for a number of different reasons. Number one, because this was the ultimate in political trolling. And if you think I'm wrong, all right, well, that's fine. But what about these folks at CNN?
I have to say, when I first saw that image of Trump kind of hanging out the drive-through window, a part of me thought, wow, is that real? I never thought he would do something like that. The Trump that we saw in 1999 in that old ad is the one that was much more familiar to me. Like, look, we're going to run this town, right? Like someone who owns a McDonald's, not someone who works in one. I mean, clearly they have a strategy to try to appeal to working class voters, try to, twist the knife on Harris.
And it's working. And I've got more from CNN straight ahead, 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Cited today, high near 80 degrees, right now 47 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I like the fact that even CNN is admitting that Donald Trump and the ultimate political troll of showing up and working for, I don't know, whatever it was, 15 minutes, half hour, an hour, whatever, but he worked at McDonald's. Because Kamala Harris said that she did, I think it's abundantly clear to everyone involved that she didn't.
But I still found these images to be jarring.
Well, part of what is so striking about them is that he's not trying to not be Donald Trump. Like some politicians go and they try to dress up as somebody they're not. He's still got the red tie. He's still so clearly himself. And I think this was an unbelievably smart move, because one thing that has differentiated Donald Trump from other really wealthy politicians is that he has never been seen as the aloof, the billionaire who would never deign to hang out with the commoners. Like, he has always sort of portrayed himself as, I'm the rich guy who doesn't really like the other rich guys. I'm one of you. And this is part of this. I think this was insanely smart.
Yeah, that's not Fox, friends. That is CNN. McDonald's, by the way, finally revealing why it does not have records to verify Vice President Kamala Harris's claim that she worked at one of its restaurants in the 1980s. In a memo emailed to McDonald's USA franchisees, the corporation confirmed that while Harris had fond memories of working at a location in Alameda County, they say we and our franchisees do not have records for all positions dating back to the early 1980s. A copy of the internal letter was posted by an anonymous McDonald's franchise on social media and confirmed by the Wall Street Journal. So she has no pay stub, no witnesses, apparently no tax forms, nothing. And see, that's the thing. And I know that I went on and on about this yesterday, but I'm telling you, this is easily verified with tax forms. The IRS has Kamala Harris's. I would think that would be part of the vetting. Wouldn't it be part of the vetting? Give us your lifetime tax returns as part of the whole vetting process when she was being vetted to be Joe Biden's running mate. Unless the only vetting they did with Kamala Harris is, oh, she's black, check. Female, check. Meantime, Tim Walz was on The View yesterday. He said this.
She actually worked in a McDonald's. She didn't go and pander and disrespect McDonald's workers by standing there in your red tie and take a picture.
How do you know, Tim Walz? How do you know? Remember, this is on The View. And I guarantee you there's no pushback on The View. But he says that Kamala Harris, she actually worked at McDonald's. How do you know? I mean, this is a guy, Tim Walz, himself, guilty of stolen valor. And now he is, Kamala Harris out there saying that we joked yesterday, Kamala is saying that she worked at McDonald's when she actually didn't, is, a different kind of stolen valor.
She actually worked in a McDonald's. She didn't go and pander and disrespect McDonald's workers by standing there in your red tie and take a picture. His policies are the ones that undermine those very workers that were in that McDonald's, whether it's home ownership, health care, reproductive rights, or cost of products. So there's more work to be done.
Actually, I'd counter that because for Donald Trump, his policies encourage businesses to hire. His policies, they encourage businesses to do research, to grow, to give raises, and to give bonuses. And Donald Trump's policies, by the way, encourage people to go out and get better jobs than McDonald's. Because let's face it, it is considered not a great job. I mean, I'm just being honest. People can get mad at me. If you're a lifer at McDonald's, okay, knock yourself out. But I'm just here to tell you that stop me when you've heard this 1,000 times. That's not supposed to be a career. You're not supposed to be able to raise a family of 5 on a McDonald's salary. You're just not. That's for teenagers and old people. That's who McDonald's is for. It's not a career unless you're like a franchise owner. Meantime, now reporters are asking Kamala Harris, did you really work at McDonald's? She says, yes, I did, from like way across the way, the airplane noise, over her as she runs to her car. But, one thing I've noticed is that Kamala Harris, have you noticed this? Since this whole thing happened, she's got a little bit of a snarl. It's like she's big mad.
Should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States.
It's like her upper lip is like going into like a snarl.
Never again.
I'm not feeling the joy, are you?
Never again.
Never again, okay.
She's also throwing her hands around.
Oh, yeah.
When she does that with her finger.
Oh, yeah. Her upper lip is going up. Yeah. She's throwing her hands. She looks like the joy is clearly gone.
Yeah.
The joy is clearly gone. Remember this from MSNBC yesterday.
There's no logic to it. It's a stunt. He has not put forth an economic agenda. He, as you know, appears to be not well.
Right.
And he's engaged in some really bizarre types of activities during this campaign.
I mean, look, the left is going to do what the left is going to do. I've got, and maybe I'll be able to get into it in the 7 o'clock hour, but I'm here to tell you that every single headline this morning that talks about the election and talks about the polling, you know what they show? They show that Donald Trump, he is leading in every single poll pretty much, and also he's leading in every single swing state. I'm loving it. I think that this is going to be a very good day for Donald Trump.
Yes, sir.
Joan, you got a snicker for me?
I do.
I'm loving it.
Donald Trump's doing really well.
He is, yeah.
Would you like fries with that?
I thought we were back on the candy discussion than Snickers. I got a Johnny laugh.
You did. You got a Johnny laugh.
Good.
There you go.
Yes.
I still like my I'm loving it joke, but that's okay. By the way, the copyright lawyers will be on with on with our corporate headquarters in no time. I'm certain of that.
They're online too.
6:52.
The eldest of no would like to see you.
At Super Talk 99.7, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, more Tennessee voters are complaining after they cast their ballots in early voting. And Who really shot an Antioch security guard? Police think there's something fishy about his story. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jones. 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Now is the best time to tackle that backyard project. My friends at Moon Valley Nurseries, they are celebrating the fall harvest by bringing you the savings. That's right. Moon Valley Nurseries, they're hosting their biggest sale of the season with 60% off select trees and plants. That's right. 60% off select trees and plants. They are indeed bringing you the savings. Now, take advantage of 60% off select trees and plants right now through Sunday, October 27th, available at your local Moon Valley Nurseries location. Locally grown trees are arriving daily and ready to be delivered right to you and right to your door. They design, deliver, and plant, and you get ready to enjoy. Designed, delivered, planted, guaranteed. That's the Moon Valley Nurseries difference. Get the yard you deserve only from Moon Valley Nurseries. Find them online at moonvalleynurseries.com/fall sales event. For more information, that's moonvalleynurseries.com/fall sales event. 6:57 on WTN. Friends, get in the fight. We don't have to wait until November to start taking our country back. We could get in the fight right now with Coin, the conservatives' credit card. Instead of funneling millions to the left like other cards, Coin advances conservative values and charities. Earn cash back while fighting back. Apply right now at coin.com. That is COIGN, coin.com. Terms apply. Again, coin.com with a G, COIGN, coin.com/disclosures for full details.
Well, good morning. It's now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Still stuck at 47 right now. We're headed up to 82. We've got traffic in just 5 minutes. With just weeks to go until Election Day, tens of thousands of Americans have already cast their ballots.
Early voting is underway in nearly every state. Lines wrapping around polling places in Connecticut, Texas, and South Carolina. One survey finds 47% of early votes have been cast by Democrats, 33% by Republicans.
ABC's Perry Rossum there, but in Davidson County and now in Shelby County, voters are complaining about the machine selecting another candidate other than the one they selected with their finger. The problem is apparently the box to check is too small. Shelby County Election Commission posted a how-to video online.
You don't aim for the box. You aim for the middle.
My question to them was, if they cannot press the box for their candidate, then why do we even have the box on the screen?
That's Shelby County State Representative Antonio Parkinson. He says check the printout of your vote twice. Well, there's new scrutiny over a shooting at Ivana Collins Creek apartment complex in Antioch. A security guard told police that he was shot while patrolling, saying he was investigating a suspicious person, but police say the guard has changed his story several times and they haven't been able to find a shell casing at the scene. But they did find one in the driver's seat of the security vehicle. Neighbors in that complex tell Channel 4 they've become alarmed at the number of incidents there.
It's too much going on the property. It's always something. It's not cheap nowadays, so you want to feel comfortable where you're staying and like where you're staying, not come outside and see like trash and obviously police present. And you don't know what's going on or why they're here.
In the last 6 months, there have been 6 car thefts at that complex. China is holding live fire drills opposite of Taiwan. Details from ABC's Tom Rivers at the foreign
The
desk.
exercises held off the coast of its southern Fujian province, which faces Taiwan. It comes just a week after a massive air and sea drill it called punishment for Taiwan's president rejecting Beijing's claims of sovereignty. Ships were alerted to avoid the area during this latest live fire exercise. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the foreign desk.
General Motors reporting earnings before the opening bell and stock futures all pointing down. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Couple of trouble spots in Talbot's Corner. A crash on southbound 65. It's just past exit 87 for Trinity Lane, and it's blocking the right shoulder. Also, East Nashville, a crash Ellington Parkway southbound past Douglas Avenue. The left lane is blocked there, and it's stop and go from Broadmoor Drive on. And there are traffic delays this morning, backups on both off ramps onto 24. From Waldron Road at I-24, there's something going on at the light there for the eastbound 24 on and off ramps. A big old delay. Not really sure what that is, but it's going to cause you some extra time headed into work. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 997 WTN. Good morning to you. Tuesday, October 22nd. Kamala Harris has this line that she uses. And the line is referring to Donald Trump that, you shouldn't. He always beats people down, I think is what she says. He's always beating people down. A president shouldn't be defined by the people that you beat down. A person should be defined by those that you lift up. And that's what she says. And it's a canned line. And I've been asking for a long time, who exactly is Donald Trump beating down? Like, can somebody please tell me, who is Donald Trump beating down? Is it black voters? Because it seems to me like all the latest polling shows that black voters are gravitating towards Donald Trump. Is it Latinos? Are Latinos being beaten down by Donald Trump? I'm reasonably certain that no. Legal American citizens are gravitating towards Donald Trump that are Hispanic. So is it, I don't know, who else is Donald Trump beating down? I really don't know. That is another one of those vapid talking points that Kamala Harris has. But, I guess Kamala Harris, though, I believe that she can be defined by who she is beating down.
Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally.
Christians.
No, I think you meant to go to the smaller one down the street.
I mean, listen, she's got a crap-eating grin on her face. And the two guys, and I played you audio from them yesterday, the two young college men who were there saying basically Jesus is Lord and prophetizing pro-life values. And Kamala Harris basically invited them out. So the question is, who is, beating up on who? It seems to me like Kamala Harris is beating down on the Christians. And you can't deny that that was a horrible, horrible move by Kamala Harris. Because you know why? Because it gave Donald Trump, the guy who Kamala Harris accuses of beating people down, the opportunity to say this.
But while Kamala says that people who believe in Jesus don't belong to her rallies, you have to remember that that's as loud as it can be. In fact, a lot of people said that would be disqualifying for her. That would be a disqualification. In our movement, we love Christians, we welcome believers, and we embrace followers of Jesus. Thank you.
I love that. I love that they're chanting Jesus. I mean, when was the last time, and maybe this is a comment at a political rally, I don't know, but I couldn't tell you the last time that I heard a rally where they all broke out in a chant of Jesus. Certainly not at a Kamala Harris rally. And so I think that I hope, and I talked about this yesterday because there's a story, 32 million Christians supposedly going to be sitting home and sitting out this election. Well, you just heard Kamala Harris, and I think she had another incident yesterday. And so you have now Christians. I would hope that they're on high alert. I'm a Christian. I hope that the Christians that were talking about sitting out, I hope you're paying attention. I hope you're paying attention because I cannot imagine sitting this election out. J.D. Vance also had this to say about the incident with Kamala Harris and the Christians.
Anti-Christian rhetoric and anti-Christian approach to public policy. I don't think that we've, that's right, Jesus is king, and I don't think that we've seen.
There you go, J.D., well done.
don't think that we've seen anything like this in modern American politics.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. When was the last time you actually saw, I mean, this is one of those where nothing is going right for Kamala Harris. And it's her own judgment. See, that's the problem, is every time you turn around, there's an issue with Kamala Harris's judgment, whether it's Tim Walz for her running mate, whether it is she made the choice to lie about working at McDonald's. It is clear that she didn't. To inviting Christians not to vote for her and not to go to her rally. I mean, that's basically what she did, right? And so when we look at the numbers and we look at the polling, I mean, there are so many headlines right now that will tell you that Kamala Harris is doing a lot better. I should say Donald Trump is doing a lot better in the polling, and Kamala Harris continues to lose. And I think the reason why, and we've spoken about this often, where the vast majority of the American people, stunning as it is, they don't really start paying attention until right now. And what have they seen? They've seen Harris invite Christians to leave her rallies. They saw her lie about working at McDonald's, and Donald Trump epically trolling Kamala Harris. And you see that Donald Trump is doing very well out on the campaign trail. I've just got just a couple of headlines for you of what is going on. As far as the polling goes, it is very good for Donald Trump, and it's coming up next. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Sunny today, high near 80, 47 now at WTN. The numbers don't lie when it comes to former President Donald Trump, although they may, because typically his polling is underpolled. But this is the headline this morning from Newsweek. Donald Trump leads Harris in Pennsylvania. According to Nate Silver in 538, he is ahead by 0.3%, clearly statistically tied and obviously within the margin of error. That's the whole point. You know, talking about Christians and talking about Catholics. Remember that Kamala Harris, and I did mention this a couple of days ago, but she decided to skip the Al Smith dinner. And that was clearly another exercise in poor judgment. There was a story, because remember, in Pennsylvania, there is a ton of Catholics. And so people are saying, people a lot smarter than me are saying that her deciding to skip the Al Smith dinner, which is for Catholic charities, that was a big mistake because she's trying to get people in Pennsylvania, including all of those Catholics, to vote for her. And so yet another error in judgment. Apparently Kamala Harris spent 30 minutes, from what I understand, I saw this, 30 minutes. She was on the phone yelling at her campaign manager because she realized that skipping the Al Smith dinner was an epic mistake. So now, here we are, Donald Trump leading Harris in Pennsylvania by 0.3%. Trump also has marginal leads in Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, while Harris still slightly ahead in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada. But the bottom line is Donald Trump still has a lot of momentum. And, I mean, bottom line for Kamala Harris, her momentum has epically crashed. They say that polls have historically underestimated Trump's support, though pollsters, they say now this is better accounted for. I do wonder about that. Because those pollsters, I mean, let's face it, they've been epically wrong many times before when it comes to Donald Trump. They say that many pollsters today are using past vote history to correct for the Trump undercount, says Cliff Young, the president of Ipsos polling, previously telling Newsweek. Meanwhile, Real Clear Polling's aggregation of national polls does put Kamala Harris 0.9% in the lead, 49.2% versus Donald Trump's 48.3%. So Harris is still doing good in the Real Clear Polling's aggregation of national polls. Odds makers paint a different picture of the race, however. Real Clear Politics betting average currently gives Donald Trump a 58.3% chance of winning and Harris a 40.8% chance of winning. And also, this headline is a big deal, and this is all over the place this morning. The Cook Political Report shifts Pennsylvania to toss-up after being in Kamala's corner for the last couple of months. And from what I understand, I'm not in the political circle, but from what I understand, the Cook Political Report is one of those really big polls that they tend to follow. Also, something to follow, Senator Bob Casey, that Democrat. Remember, we talked about this yesterday. They talk about how he is looking to nab a fourth term in office over the Republican David McCormick, who has narrowed the gap inside the margin of error. Now, according to Cook this morning, the Republican McCormick's closing of the gap and Casey's latest ad showing that he sides with former President Donald Trump on trade and tariffs are two of the biggest indicators of this shift. Remember, we played this yesterday. I'll play it again real quick.
Casey bucked Biden to protect fracking, and he sided with Trump to end NAFTA and put tariffs on China to stop them from cheating. So in this House, we agree. It's Bob Casey who's doing right by Pennsylvania.
I'm Bob Casey, and I definitely approve this message.
They're also happy in that ad. I don't know why. They look like they're on some sort of like medication or something. They're also high and smiling and everything. But the bottom line is they're not smiling behind the scenes. And so Bob Casey, it seems to be probably what happened is they see the polling, they see that internal polling as well, and they realize just how well Donald Trump is doing. So in Pennsylvania, you have the Democrats who really, they don't have much faith, it's clear, in Kamala Harris because now they're saying that they actually do indeed side with Donald Trump.
I'm loving it.
Also, by the
boy.
all the, I'm just going to keep playing that. Should I keep going to that well, Joan? Should I just keep doing that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm sure the listeners love it.
Listen, I could go back to the snoring from earlier.
Help us all.
Guy got mad at me earlier from playing that too much. By the way, a couple of other headlines real quick. Democrats brace for a possible crack in the blue wall and signs of North Carolina slipping. And another one, Donald Trump leading in majority of swing states, according to the new polling as well. So, listen, I'm not going to beat you down with a bunch of numbers, but bottom line is that things are looking really good for Trump on this Tuesday, October 22nd. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. If you want to check in on the super text line, it is open, and a lot of people, at least the last time I checked, they were chiming in. And coming up in the news at 7:30, Joan Jones, what do we got?
Well, Dan, why the Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel today. Also, some homes are being vandalized in Franklin. Those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. I love these folks. Now, they put new windows in my basement studio, my bedroom, and my kitchen. Right now, they've got a great deal going on. It is, by the way, prime window buying time. So weather is about to get really cold. So if your windows are going to allow the warm air out and the cold air in this winter, you need to act right now. Window Nation is looking out for you with a great special going on right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. That is a great deal. Window Nation has over 33,000 5-star reviews on Google and a big 5-star review from my house. Now, your new windows can be installed in a day or less, and they do come with a lifetime warranty. Now, don't forget that great deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. Again, that, my friends, is a great deal. As always, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That phone number is 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck. $7:26, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, working so early in the morning, that first cup of coffee is really crucial for yours truly. So is the second cup, by the way, and the third. And for me, I depend on Space Cowboy coffee to get me going. It is my new favorite, and it really does inspire me to get downstairs and start brewing that first cup. Now, this is a great local company based here in Nashville, and they've got a lot of fans. And right now, if you use promo code Dan, you get 10% off and free shipping when you order $50 or more. Now, take it from the coffee snob. Space Cowboy coffee is incredible, and my current favorite is their all-new espresso. They're going to be out at our election night party on the 5th, helping all of us get through the night. Always appreciate our sponsors helping us out with our events. I love Space Cowboy coffee. So find them online. It's spacecowboycoffee.com. Use promo code Dan. Their terrific brand is available in K-Cups, whole bean, or ground. Either way, it is the right way to wake up with Space Cowboy coffee. 728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. One of the dear super texters is accusing me of lying about what Kamala Harris was reacting to when she said, "Oh, you're at the wrong rally." You may have missed the show yesterday because, when you miss one show, you actually miss a lot. Yesterday, during one of the segments, I actually played audio from the Christians that were there at the Kamala Harris rally, and they talked about what went on. And they said, yeah, actually, we were at the Kamala Harris rally, and yes, what we did do is we called out, various pro-life slogans, and she said, "Oh, you are at the wrong rally." That is exactly what she did. And the guys, they were on Fox News, and this is part of what they had to say. This was Fox News.
And I think it's important to say this is a small venue, and we were about 20 to 30 yards away from Kamala at this point. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of controversy that says she wasn't talking to us or we left, we didn't get kicked out. Well, I can speak on Grant and I's behalf. On video, Grant's getting pushed and shoved. There's about 5 seconds after or before she tells us to go to the smaller rally down the street. You can see on the video she waves. She was actually waving to me. I took this cross off my neck that I wear, and as we were getting asked to leave, I held it up in the air and waved at her and pointed to her, and she looked directly in the eye, kind of gave me an evil smirk. Yeah, and that is, you got these two pro-life protesters, Luke Pulaski and Grant Beth, on Fox News. They proclaimed their religious beliefs, pro-life beliefs, and Harris knew exactly who she was talking to when she invited them to leave. And so you can, look the other way if you like, but you know what? I don't believe that these guys are lying. We were getting shouted at, pushed, assaulted, screamed at. So we were walking away. But there was about 3 attendees there, volunteers, that kicked us out with badges or whatever they had. And I specifically remember this one man saying, "You were uninvited and unwelcome to this event. You need to leave." And all they did was walk us out the door. They didn't tell us why. And the other thing is, because, again, this guy's telling me that I'm a liar about how I'm presenting this. If you go, and I did this yesterday, if you look at the rally and you have the audio like I did yesterday, I wish I had it in front of me, but you manipulate the audio, you can bring the audio up and you can hear the guys scream, I think it's "Jesus is King" or "Jesus is Lord," and you can hear it plain as day. And Harris looks at them and she says, "Oh, you're at the wrong rally." So, you can be all hurt and upset because you're a Kamala Harris supporter and you hate Donald Trump, and that's all fine, well, and good. But just because this is what he says. So just because I am pro-Donald Trump and anti-Kamala Harris and I'm expressing my political views certainly does not make me less of a Christian, even if you say that it does. Thank the Lord. I feel the same way about you that you feel about me. 731 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones now with your top stories. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. An important meeting in Israel today between U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Have a lot to discuss on Gaza. U.S. officials say they want to take advantage of the killing of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar to push the conflict towards some kind of resolution, as well as focus on the lack of aid reaching the most desperate areas of northern Gaza.
That's ABC's Tom Sufi Burridge. Now, the two also talking about Israel's attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon and the potential for Israeli retaliation against Iran. Who's vandalizing homes in Franklin? Chelsea Understander from the West Haven community tells Channel 4 they went all out to create a Halloween display that somebody flattened in a matter of minutes on Sunday morning.
You spend so much time building like an art sculpture like that, and then someone just tackles it and runs it down. So yeah, it's just a shame.
She says some of her neighbors had windows broken and garage doors kicked in. One neighbor even had a pumpkin thrown through one of their windows. So how do you know that you're addicted to your phone? Well, a woman in Australia who had been out on a hike reportedly dropped her phone between two boulders. While trying to retrieve it, she slipped face first into a crevice between those boulders, getting stuck for 7 hours until she was rescued. Miraculously, she escaped with only minor scratches and bruising. Market Numbers report
Do you
brought
know what's fun? Like, it's not funny, Joan.
Yeah, no, it kind of is.
But can you imagine? You're sitting there, your face is stuck in between rocks, and you're getting notifications on your phone. She had to be going nuts. It's like, oh, I wonder who that was. I wonder who that was.
Yeah, I don't think that was first on her mind.
She was probably trying to reach it so she could call somebody.
Yeah.
You know what? How did they find her? Were they able to ping her phone?
No, she was with friends. So the friends were trying to pull her out. There's actually photos of it. All you can see are the soles of her feet. She had gone.
How did they get her out
vertically.
of the?
They actually took the boulders that were around her. They strapped them and pulled them apart so that they could reach her.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I know what an incredible rescue story.
The important question, TB wants to know: did they get her phone?
You know what? The article never covered that part of it.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Want to hear the market numbers?
Sure.
All right. Market Numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures still pointing down this morning. The Dow futures down 125, NASDAQ futures losing 81, and the S&P futures minus 20. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:35. You know, when the real estate market slows down, Mark Spain can really help you out with the guaranteed offer. Now, with that guaranteed offer, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Absolutely hassle-free. You know, fall can be a busy time, and trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer, you'll be on the market, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. And the best part is no stress. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said that they had to move fast and they were worried the process would take too long and we'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain gave us an offer in 3 days for over our asking price. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews, and you can trust Mark Spain to sell your home fast and for the most money. So call them, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer would be on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing.
Green Hill, it's an accident. Saundersville Road at Matterhorn Drive, and it involves injury, so it may be there for a while. Also in Laverne, Waldron Road at I-24, a crash reported in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People are still coming after CBS, as they should, for not releasing the entire transcript or the entire interview with Kamala Harris. I think the reason why they don't want to release it, y'all know all the ins and outs of that, and we covered it extensively, where they edited that interview basically to cover for Kamala Harris. They came out yesterday. They had some sort of a statement defending themselves. There really is no defense. When you listen to the audio that they chose to edit out to make Kamala Harris sound more concise and more confident, and you listen to what they edited out, which was her sounding not concise and not confident, it was clear that what they were trying to do was cover for Harris. And so, to me, I think that until they release the entire video, until they release all of the transcripts and everything that there is, then we just have to assume that that CBS interview is kind of a wash. To me, the only real true test of Kamala Harris and her mettle would be the interview with Bret Baier. I think that's the only one that would be a true test of how she'll be under pressure. And here's the thing. Whether it is the Dana Bash interview, whether it was the 60 Minutes interview, to be honest, or the Bret Baier interview, none of those interviews really give a real good indication that Kamala Harris is going to be able to handle the likes of Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping, and so forth, because she cracks under pressure. That's number one. Number two, as we all know, she has this tendency to word salad. And unfortunately, she's not quick on her feet. I mean, all of those things are a problem. It's like every morning I get a Fox News alert from Fox. And, you know, they always talk about, you know, how Donald Trump has done whatever it is. It's like the daily tally. Trump has done 88. Kamala Harris has done 42, 43 interviews, whatever it may be. But here's the other part of that equation. What are those interviews like? Are they freewheeling? Are they whatever you want to ask, go ahead and ask me? Or is it staged? I mean, here's a great example. Yesterday, Kamala Harris, of course, on the road with Liz Cheney. One of the super texters described Liz Cheney as the new Hillary Clinton. I don't know about that. That's a pretty strong insult against Liz Cheney, but whatever. But here's the thing, is that Kamala is trying to cross the aisle and get some Liz Cheney-type Republicans to vote for her. The town hall was hosted by Maria Shriver. She's a Kennedy, Maria Shriver, Kennedy, whatever. But here's the deal. Right at the beginning, Maria Shriver actually says, as an audience member asks the question, are we allowed to ask our own questions? And unfortunately, for the audience, and Johnny needs some audio, unfortunately for the audience in America, the answer to that was no.
You're not, unfortunately. We have some predetermined questions, and hopefully I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head. I hope so.
Right. Predetermined questions.
You're not, unfortunately. We have some predetermined questions, and hopefully I'll be able to ask some of the questions that might be in your head. I hope so.
Now listen, at least they're being honest. Do you remember the Telemundo town hall where they were not honest about the fact that the questions were predetermined and they had her answers in the teleprompter? So this really wasn't as much of a town hall that she did with Liz Cheney and Maria Shriver as it really was a stage play. I mean, the Daily Mail points out, I mentioned this earlier, typically presidential campaigns allow voters at town hall meetings to ask unscripted questions, which lends a level of authenticity to the proceedings and highlights a presidential candidate's personal touch. Shriver said she had agreed to moderate the event as a concerned citizen, but also as a journalist. Can I ask, so what kind of a journalist? And granted, she's a Kennedy, and she's a Democrat, but what kind of a journalist would agree to moderate an event that is a town hall, billed as a town hall, where traditionally people can ask, questions, but these are all predetermined.
I can answer that.
Yes.
It's not journalism.
No.
Not even close.
No, Joan, it's not journalism
This is a
at all.
promotion. I bet she was paid for it.
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Would she be paid for something like that if you're a journalist? She's not working for anybody, is she?
Not that I know of.
Well, there's probably a reason why. Anyway.
The Kamala Harris campaign has taken in boatloads of money, specifically for, rolling her out as a good candidate. So why wouldn't anybody think that she wasn't paid for that?
Well, and I think that Shriver, I think that she probably made a mistake. I think she probably wasn't supposed to admit that all the questions were predetermined. But if that was, here's the other thing. If that's a condition of this town hall, well then, again, that's not a town hall. She's not being honest about who she is or what she believes. She's simply not. And so they started out, and I've got some audio coming up, but it was basically the same old diatribe. 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Sunny today, a high near 80. And right now, Johnny, you said it's 46?
49 now.
49 degrees. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time getting over 0411's comment on the text line. Maria Shriver relates to Harris. Each of their husbands got their nanny pregnant.
Ouch.
Ooh. Man, I don't know what to say. It's true. Arnold got the nanny pregnant, and so did Mr. Harris. So I don't know.
Oof.
Not much to say about that. Truth hurts, I guess, right? So yesterday, during this town hall, moving right along, they started down the road of the same old thing.
Is the rule of law, and it's our Constitution. And when you look at what Donald Trump did.
I mean, it was the same thing. It was January 6th. It was Donald Trump is beating people down.
But you don't have to take my word for it. Listen to the people who know him best.
Here it is.
The people who worked with him in the White House.
So I had fun with this sound effect earlier.
His former chief of staff.
It was boring. Like, I tried to watch it. It was boring. And so when you watch it or you listen to it, you could tell the people in the audience are just like, oh, my God. They've been saying this for 2 months. Please say something new. Say something different. It was the same old talking points. And the clips I saw, it was quiet in that room because people were bored. You know, it's not like, during some of these, town halls, it gets quiet as a church mouse because somebody is saying something really like poignant or whatever. No. With Liz Cheney and Harris, it was like, we've heard this. They could rerun the tape from a month ago. It's the same talking points. And it's tired. And it's boring. And, she talks about the vague talking points about this opportunity economy that she keeps talking about. The reality is that there are many people who have seen the Harrison-Biden economy already. And it's anything but opportunistic. With all Americans facing higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and now soaring debt and layoffs. Did you hear about all the UAW members that lost their gigs?
Macomb County, Michigan. These suburbs just north of Detroit are a blue-collar bellwether. Joseph Knowles about to send a message, about to defy his union leadership, about to vote Republican for president for the first time, about to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I love this piece by CNN. This guy, believe it or not, CNN is profiling him. He's a union guy, but he loses his job. And he is, of course, now getting desperate.
And at this point now, I'm desperate. So I'm willing to try anything right now to make sure that I can fulfill my responsibility and to take care of my wife and kids. That's all I care about.
Yeah, and he directly blames Kamala Harris and Joe Biden for his predicament.
Knowles is a union auto worker, one of 1,100 just laid off by Stellantis, the parent company of Chrysler Jeep. He blames corporate greed the most, but doesn't stop there.
The second blame, I will put it on Joe Biden and the Democratic Party.
Yep.
Why? Because of the EV mandates. I thought the Democratic Party was for the working class, people, the average Joe like me. That's what I thought.
Yeah, remember, Donald Trump has been saying this forever, that those EV mandates, they are a road to nowhere because people, you know what, they don't want to be bullied or forced into buying the electric vehicles. Wall Street Journal was among many publications that predicted massive union layoffs with these EV mandates. This is a quote. In total, the Biden administration's electric vehicle push will eliminate a projected 117,000 net auto manufacturing jobs nationwide. Michigan and the industrial Midwest will be ground zero. Even if the big three automakers keep their market share and retool their existing plants, Michigan will see a lot of jobs lost. At least 25,000 auto manufacturing jobs will be lost in Michigan. Ohio and Indiana will lose 14,000 and 16,000 respectively. You know, also remember, the UAW also endorsed the Biden and Harris Inflation Reduction Act, which had hundreds of billions of dollars in electric vehicle subsidies. Again, killing union jobs. So when this guy says corporate greed, you might want to reframe that to union greed and Green New Deal greed. And he also, by the way, spoke about illegals.
Auto workers supporting Trump here echo his attacks on Biden's clean energy incentives and his claim illegal immigrants are to blame for lost jobs.
But if you do it the wrong way, I think you should get round up and just thrown out. I have no problem with that because it jeopardized my way of providing for my kids if they take jobs.
Knowles waves off friends who call Trump racist, says he doesn't believe Vice President Harris is up to the job, and he spars with family members who say he should stay a Democrat.
Oh, man, I took it from my mom, from my auntie, cousins, my sister. They came at me.
Listen, man, you got to do you. You got to be you. And if your life has been wrecked by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden like he feels like it has, then you got to vote your heart. You've got to vote your conscience. And hopefully a lot of people are doing just that for Donald Trump. At 7:52, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
A man charged with killing a pedestrian in Nashville makes a court appearance today. Also, how President Trump is responding to the vice president's anti-Christian comments. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here. Why do I love Brentwood Jewelry? Because they can help you with whatever jewelry needs you have. From watches to rings and bracelets and necklaces and so much more. So no matter the reason or the season, of course, Christmas is coming up, they can help you find the perfect gift no matter the budget. They can also customize pieces for you as well. So if you're looking for the absolute perfect ring and you can't find it, well, then Brentwood Jewelry, they can build it for you. They are Nashville's premier timepiece dealer as well. You need to find a great watch at a reasonable price. Your answer is Brentwood Jewelry. And every watch includes a 2-year warranty. Shop in store or online, 7012 Church Street East in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Online, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. Right now, we are bringing results for our clients using both our radio and digital assets. 2025 is going to be a huge year, not only here in Tennessee, but of course, across America. If you want to jump on board, again, we're offering great incentives. Find us online, 997WTN.com, and let's talk. Dan Mandis here. So I went over to the Glock store last week and had a lot of fun shooting at their Halloween shoot house. Now, it's basically a course where you're firing for 90 seconds, and you see how well you do on this Halloween-themed course. They've got smoke and displays. It's a lot of fun, and they're actually putting a video together. You can check it out online. But it's also a competition, so you can win a Glock. So if you are a really good shot and you want to win a Glock, why don't you check out the Glock store? You can register at shoot270.com. Now, they can do this in one of their massive rooms because they can. Lane ranges, as you know, they're really limited. What the Glock store does is so unique because you can train in their massive rooms and also have fun with this Halloween-themed shooting contest. I've also got a chance to fire my next gun, the Glock 43X. Right now, I've got a Glock 19, but the Glock store, as usual, is my place to buy my guns and continue my training. And yes, I'm going to be buying a new gun as well. They're at the Glock store. They've got a great selection. So check out the Halloween Shoot House. Maybe even win a new gun and have a lot of fun as well. Check them out online, shoot270.com. That is shoot270.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. $7:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, coming up next, Jonathan Fahey is going to run through the Daniel Penny trial in New York. Now, remember, he's the Marine who is charged with the death of a guy who was threatening subway riders in New York City. You remember that? Well, Jonathan Fahey has been watching this trial. We'll check in with him next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
there, 8 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's 49. We're headed up to 82 later. Stick around for traffic in a couple of minutes. The Trump campaign is holding more Believers and Ballots events around the country to encourage Christians to get out and vote. He was in Concord, North Carolina yesterday.
My faith took on new meaning on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, where I was knocked to the ground, essentially, by what seemed like a supernatural hand. And I would like to think that God saved me for a purpose, and that's to make our country greater than ever before.
Now, that event comes after hecklers yelled, "Jesus is Lord," at a recent Harris rally, and she replied that they were at the wrong rally.
At Trump rallies, we don't tell Christians to get lost. We tell Christians to get out and vote.
President Trump will be in Greensboro, North Carolina today. Federal aviation specialists have begun their probe into Sunday's fatal helicopter crash near downtown Houston.
Residents of the neighborhood adjacent to the crash site have come forward with debris from the demolished Robinson R-44 helicopter and with home security video that captured the moment the aircraft collided with a 1,000-foot-tall broadcast tower. That video does show at least one anti-collision beacon flashing on the tower above the point where the copter made contact. All 4 people aboard, including a child, were killed. No one on the ground was hurt. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
And the debris field there reportedly 4 acres wide. The man who hit several people boarding a downtown rideshare van with his car on Friday is scheduled to make a court appearance today. John Williams is charged with killing a tourist from Wisconsin in that DUI crash. And that was not the only deadly crash in downtown last weekend. A prominent lawyer from New Jersey was also killed while attempting to cross Broadway. He was in the crosswalk. Jeannie Stenner, who went to a concert with friends, tells Channel 4 they're constantly looking out for the cars.
It's scary. It's dangerous. I don't know how they can improve it, slow the speed limit down. I don't know. Make more time for people to walk across, make it more visible.
Those crashes renewing calls for safety improvements downtown. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures all pointing down this morning, a half hour before the opening bell. Dow futures are down 166, NASDAQ futures losing 145. S&P futures, they're minus 32. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Wow, a lot of accidents here now. Antioch at Bell Road west of Cane Ridge Road, a crash involving injuries. Another one involving injuries, Green Hills, that's Hillsborough Pike at Woodmont Boulevard. Eastbound lanes of 24 at Cheatham-Davidson County line. A crash blocking off the right lane. A stalled-out vehicle south side, I-40 westbound at Elm Hill Pike overpass. And then an accident in Green Hill involving injuries. This one, Saundersville Road at Matterhorn Drive. And a crash reported as well in Laverne, southbound Waldron Road at I-24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on your Tuesday, October 22nd. Hope you're doing well, along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, Dan Mandis here. The trial of Daniel Penny began yesterday. Now, remember, this is the guy who put a chokehold on that homeless person, guy by the name of Jordan Neely, on a crowded Manhattan subway car. Now, this Neely, he was a busker, and he was threatening an entire subway car full of people. Again, they're in New York. And Penny, maybe you remember this, you've seen the video. A former Marine puts this guy in a chokehold because, again, he was threatening the car full of people. And eventually, Neely died. Now, Penny is being charged with manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide. Now, Penny himself talked about that day and what was going on through his mind.
As has been reported, Penny adds his actions were not race-related.
The three main threats that he repeated over and over was, I'm going to kill you, I'm prepared to go to jail for life, and I'm willing to die. I knew I had to act, and I acted in a way that would protect the other passengers, protect myself, and protect Mr. Neely. I used this hold to restrain him, and I did this by leaving my hand on top of his head to control his body. Mm-hmm. You can see in the video there's a clear rise and fall of his chest, indicating that he was still breathing. I didn't see a black man threatening passengers. I saw a man threatening passengers, a lot of whom were people of color.
Yeah, so now Penny is facing a couple of different charges. This cuts across political lines, racial lines as well. Penny is white, Neely was black. Penny was a Marine, and I think that there are Democrats who are not fans of the military, frankly, who are going after him to make a point. And then, of course, you have the likes of Al Sharpton.
A good Samaritan help those in trouble. They don't choke them out.
So, of course, Sharpton lives for these moments. And Jordan Neely, his family's lawyer, says that Penny, he's the one that started this whole thing.
Daniel Penny was not attacked. Daniel Penny was not hit. He wasn't fighting back. He's the one who began that fight. He came up from behind Jordan, put him in a chokehold, and didn't let go for 15 minutes.
Jonathan Fahey is joining us. And Jonathan, of course, you and I speak about politics and all things illegal immigration and so forth. But you, of course, are a well-known attorney. And so I want to get your opinion on the Daniel Penny trial, because I think that he's being railroaded. They began the jury selection yesterday. And so just from first blush, what do you think about this case?
Yeah, this case is purely politically motivated. You know, when you look at this case, you know, it's like one of the things that stands out is basically they knew exactly what happened right away. They interviewed Daniel Penny after the fact, and it wasn't until there were all of these protests and people like Al Sharpton and stuff that a week later, I think it was a week later, I might have the timing wrong, but it was
2 weeks. It was 2 weeks later.
2 weeks later. Yeah, so after all the protests, all of a sudden we charge a guy with something they knew the same facts 2 weeks before. And you look at things like homicide cases and things like that. Typically, you know, if you have the evidence on somebody, you charge them right away and they lock them up because they would look at somebody as a danger to the community. They need to get them off the street. So it is kind of funny that there is that lapse in time where we had all these protests and they were trying to make this another George Floyd type of situation. So this is purely politically motivated. And you look at Alvin Bragg, and we've talked about his other case, the Donald Trump case, but he's purely a political prosecutor. He's looked at this job from the beginning, from the time that he ran, as a way to advance a political agenda, not to keep the citizens of New York safe. And as you can see by his record, the citizens of New York have been less safe under his watch. So this case is I want to say unfortunate, but it's so much worse than that. This is Daniel Penny, that is, trying to help other people. It's certainly unfortunate that somebody died, but he was trying to keep people safe. And you hear of all these crimes on the subway that are going on. And what's the message to everyone else in New York is like, oh, let the criminals do whatever they want. And, I go to New York fairly often, and it's like, you need like a special attendant to get a tube of toothpaste, because shop owners can't rely on the prosecutor to prosecute any of the thieves, so they have to take the law or take extra precautions in their own hands. It's just so awful for not only Daniel Penny, but really the citizens of New York that sees a prosecutor that's more concerned about putting this political agenda ahead of their public safety.
Well, it is interesting. I used to live in New York. I hated taking the subway, and it has gotten a lot worse. And it is interesting because you see people, the videos are all over the place online. You see people assaulting other people on the subway. They take videos of it. They're horrifying. And people are getting thrown in front of the subway as well. And so the people that are assaulting others, they rarely, if ever, face charges. Now here, it seems to me like Daniel Penny saved people, and he's facing 20 years in jail. Does this, do you think, come right down to this being a blue city that is soft on crime and harsh on those trying to stop it? It seems like from what you just said, yeah, that is what it is. This is, you're siding with the bad people and you're throwing the good guys in jail, or trying to.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of funny because you look at Jordan Neely's record, and I believe he has 42 prior arrests. So this is a guy that they've never felt, the need to prosecute or get off the street or anything else, and probably probably dismissed a ton of charges, gave him lenient sentences, whatever they typically do. And now this guy, Daniel Penny, that has no record at all, that served our country honorably. He's the guy that's on trial, but it's such a disgrace. And, citizens of New York, I would say they deserve better, but they voted for this guy, so it's really like, you vote for a guy that's advancing this political agenda, and then you wonder why your city gets less safe. It's like, well, he kind of told you on the front end, and, but it is so, it's so awful because, you want to think you would help somebody in danger, and you want to think other people would help you if you're in danger. But now this city of New York will say, hey, if you try to help someone, we're going to prosecute you. And, that story, which is like, I think from like the early 1960s, the Kitty Genovese story, where it was the story of in New York, this woman was raped and murdered, and all of these people were listening to the screams, I think maybe watching it, and nobody helped her. And that was always this thing that was always talked about in New York about how, no one steps in, people let these bad things happen, no one helps. But it's like, hey, if you step in to help, this DA wants to put you in jail, and let Al Sharpton make major decisions involving community safety. It's such a disgrace.
He's being charged with manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide. This is a jury trial. And so if you're the attorney, if you're the defense attorney, what kind of a juror are you looking for?
I think you're looking, somebody that's, pro, like typically as a prosecutor, you want the pro law enforcement, pro police type of things. But in this case, the defense wants that witness. They want the person, not witness, the jury. They want the person that, as a defense attorney, ironically, they want somebody that's either been involved in law enforcement or has family in law enforcement or supportive of law enforcement, law and order, former military, people like that. So I think it's going to be a totally, flipping the script where you typically, on the other side, the prosecutor are going to want the activist-y type of people. And so it's a totally different than you would normally expect. But I think, we're looking at what is, Bernard Goetz 2.0 in a lot of ways, where New Yorkers, I think, are seeing this on a daily basis in every store they're going into and everything else. There's a sense of they're less safe than they used to be. So I think a lot of people, if you just get the average New Yorker, are sick and tired of the crime and sick and tired of a prosecutor that doesn't prosecute the crime. So I think they will have a tough time, not only on the merits of the case, which are not very good for the prosecutor to begin with, but also the other factors that are at play, which I think are always at play, are going to cut against the prosecution as well.
Got a little bit more, and Jonathan Fahey is joining us on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads on Super Talk. $8:16 sunny today, a high near 80, 50 now at Super Talk 99.7. We've got Jonathan Fahey on the phone. We're talking about the Daniel Penny trial that began yesterday. Jury selection began in New York. Let me ask you this. Part of the problem I think that Penny's lawyers, they're going to have to defend is that he refused, this is from the New York Times, that Penny, of course, he went out that day. He was not planning to kill someone. But they also say that Penny refused to release Neely, they say, long after he had gone limp, at least, again, according to the New York Times and others. Is the issue how long he had Neely in that chokehold? And I'm going to throw in my own opinion real quick. Nobody knows if Neely has a gun or a knife or anything like that. So you don't know what he's carrying. But is that really the biggest issue that Penny's lawyers are going to have to answer?
Yeah, I think that is really the core issue here. And the prosecutors, I think, are going to concede that we're not saying what he initially did was wrong, but he held this too long. And I think that is what his defense attorneys do have to confront. But I think they'll confront it in a way which is basically what you just said. How do you know where that precise moment happens where somebody is no longer a danger to yourself and others? It's not something that is like, oh, at 3 minutes and 15 seconds, that's when you stop. It's like, you're right. You don't know that they said he went limp, but then again, is he temporarily unconscious, or did he just stop fighting for a temporary amount of time? Because this is a highly intense situation. So this idea that Daniel Penny should have, basically, he should be able to do a full medical exam on this guy while he's trying to restrain him, I think is a very, very high burden to place on him or anyone else. But I think you're exactly right. That's where it breaks down. They're going to say, hey, the government will say, we're not saying he shouldn't have done something at the beginning. That's an open question, but he should have stopped at this point. And the defense is going to say exactly what you said, because if he went limp or just pretended not to fight and Daniel Penny let go and he pulls the gun out, pulls the knife out, pulls whatever, and hurts him or hurts somebody else, then it would be like, oh, Daniel Penny should have held him longer. So it's like you can't win. It's unbelievable to me. And I love this little trick the media always does is like, well, I think they say he's unarmed. They always say that. It's like, well, you don't know someone's unarmed, until later. So
that's
it's
exactly
an irrelevant fact that they always stick in there to try to slant the story, usually against police officers, which of course don't know either when in those situations.
You know what I don't get? Like, I've seen this in a couple of different places. Some folks say that Penny needs to go to prison, and they say that Penny acted out of fear and failed to see Jordan Neely's humanity. That's what they're saying, that Penny didn't see Jordan Neely's humanity. Now, what I don't understand is, what does that even mean? I've got to, just from the world of reality and not where the Democrats live, right, in their heads. But I got a crazy guy screaming at passengers, trapped in a subway car, saying that he's going to kill them. Clearly crazy. And Penny put the guy down. It seems to me Neely wasn't recognizing the humanity of the people trapped in that subway car, especially considering what was going on inside that car. I don't understand what this whole, I don't know, it sounds like some college philosophical BS thing you'd hear in a class somewhere, but, failing to see Jordan Neely's humanity. I mean, do you know what that even means? I don't. Maybe I should, but whatever.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. think it's just utter nonsense that people spill out when they want to, seem sophisticated when talking about these things. But it's like, you're right. Jordan Neely didn't see anyone's humanity, and he certainly, being arrested 42 times, wasn't recognizing anyone's humanity at any point. And when you're arrested 42 times, that means you've done more than 42 things because you're not getting arrested every time you do something. So it's just, this is somebody that put everyone else at danger. It's unfortunate that he's dead, and it's not like a good thing that he's dead, but it's like this idea that, okay, I got to save everyone, but I need to recognize that your humanity at the same time. Like, what does that mean? And maybe the person that recognizes somebody's humanity, they end up dead because, if they're afraid to take action because they're thinking things, and, if you're a police officer or anyone else, and also this will give pause to any of them, but it's like, that moment that you're sitting there appreciating their humanity is when you're getting stabbed or shot. So it's utterly absurd, but you're right. It's like somebody at some, college talking about this, trying to justify their existence in life. But it's such an absurdity.
All right, so we've got about 2 minutes. Give me your thoughts, because we also talked about politics, of course. So give me your thoughts on Kamala Harris. She had this town hall yesterday. Turned out the whole thing was staged. No real questions from the audience was asked. Of course, we know the polls are now trending very much towards Donald Trump. What are your thoughts on the stage of the race?
It looks good for Trump, and I always look at the betting markets. Like, I'm not betting, but I certainly see people are putting their money, and they have really surged big time in his way. I think he's like 64% in that Poly market, betting site. So I think everything seems to be going his way, although it's still close. And the Democrats, they are better, I think, at the ground game and that type of thing. So, and I wouldn't put too much stock in the fact polls were wrong before in one way, that means they'll be wrong in that same way, and therefore Donald Trump's definitely winning. But if you look at Trump and you look at Harris, he looks like he thinks he's winning. She looks like she thinks she's losing. If you just watch their body language, the way they're doing stuff, she looks angrier. And you look at these campaigns, the person that seems like the happier candidate usually wins, right? Hillary Clinton was just very, very exuded negativity. And then, and Biden did a better job in 2020, putting himself as sort of this middle of the road guy. He didn't govern that way. But you look at this, Trump is on his game as much as he's been in a very, very long time, like consistently good. They try, and now they're just trying to nitpick something from a 90-minute speech and say, he said this about Arnold Palmer. And it's like that means the media thinks he's winning too. He doesn't really work at McDonald's. It's like, no kidding. He wasn't saying he has a job there. It's just so, but it's laughable how bad the media, like that, the Jake Tapper stuff recently. It's like, you're just falling apart at this point.
Well, let me real quick, because I keep saying this, and I don't understand why this doesn't happen. Kamala Harris swears that she worked at McDonald's. Trump is saying that she didn't. You've got McDonald's basically saying we have no record of Kamala Harris working here, but we don't have other records, they say, apparently. Why can't she just get the IRS if she doesn't have them? Why can't she just get the IRS to turn over her tax return for that year and her W-2s?
Yeah, exactly. Or just say, I worked at the McDonald's on this street, and my manager was Bob, and I worked with this other person. Like, come on. Like, anyone, she could produce that. But if she actually worked there, she seems to be pretending like she didn't at this point. So it doesn't make any sense, but it seems like this gratuitous thing to try to that she threw out there at some point to make her seem like she's had like sort of a tough upbringing, even though we all know it's probably one of the most privileged upbringings and careers that anyone has ever had. I mean, my gosh, no one's asked her the plagiarism question. I know we got to go, but my gosh, no one has asked her that question.
That's a great point, Jonathan. That is all right. We'll have you on here later on in the week because you and I clearly have a lot to talk about. Jonathan Fahey, always great to have you on. Joan Jones has the news at 8:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, Dan, it was non-functional and ugly. NDOT removes a temporary traffic fixture, and the Hamas leader who was killed by a drone last weekend was reportedly counting on something the Biden-Harris administration is doing. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thanks, Joan. These days with kids and our grandkids, it is more important than ever to have clean carpets, and that is why I use Zero Res to keep my carpets clean. and the little ones safe. Now, they don't use harsh chemicals, and they leave your carpets insanely clean. No soap and no residue, just soft, fluffy carpets that are going to stay clean longer. Dan Mandis here, and yes, I've been a Zero Res customer for years. You know, cold and flu season is just around the corner, and your carpet is one of the largest filters in your home. Keep it clean and your family healthy with Zero Res. And a great deal going on right now. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $119. You're also going to get a free hallway, $100 off of air duct cleaning using Fresh 100 promo code. Restrictions may apply. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Such a great deal. No wonder they've got so many great reviews on Facebook and Google Reviews. Find them on Nashville's ZeroResNashville.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis with Nashville's Morning News and Super Talk 89.7 WTN. I was speaking to Dr. Christopher Van Shank the other day at a station event. Now, he's a psychiatrist, and he was telling me about the mental health crisis here in America. And as you know, it's out of control. The COVID lockdowns were an absolute disaster. And Dr. Van Shank, again, he's a psychiatrist. And if you're one of those people, you feel like maybe you need to talk to somebody, I would recommend Dr. Christopher Van Shank. He can help you with addictions, depression, anxiety. He can also help kids with the same thing. He's been doing this for 15 years. He's been helping people, and he is here for you today. So if you want to check out his website is nolensvillepsychiatry.com. That's nolensvillepsychiatry.com. There's a whole list of issues that he can help you with. So check him out. If you feel like he can help you, give him a call. The number is below, and good luck.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Hey, what's up? It's Chris Hand from 99.7 WTN. If you're thinking about advertising this year in 2025 and beyond, you have to combine the power of radio with the power of digital. We do it here flawlessly, and our sales team can hook you up with a package tailored to your exact needs. So if you want to advertise, advertise with me. Advertise with 99.7 WTN. Go to the website for more info, 997WTN.com/epic.
829 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for USS, United Structural Systems. I've had them out to my house a number of different times. Listen, I know that they're honest. I know that they're competent. I know that they're fair. Again, I've had them out to my house. I'm an actual customer. They've told me twice now that what I was worried about was nothing. So then when they told me that I did have issues, I listened, and I did have my foundation fixed from United Structural Systems. I had some of those cracks in my bricks and so forth, and it was bad. And they came in, and luckily they fixed it. A few other things to look for if you may have some foundation issues or you suspect that you've got some foundation issues: sticking doors or windows, maybe some uneven flooring, to name just a few of the symptoms that you may have when you have foundation problems. What you need to do is check out the website for USS, United Structural Systems, because they've got all the signs to look for that might indicate that you've got foundation problems. But they've also got your solutions. USS, United Structural Systems. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. USSTN.com.
Good morning. It's now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got your forecast and traffic just ahead. A dangerous intersection in Hermitage is getting some new scrutiny now. NDOT installed what they had called a temporary traffic circle at Jacksonian Drive and Bonnet Creek Drive to get drivers to slow down there, but it was too confusing for some drivers.
We had an incident on Friday afternoon where a Metro Nashville public school bus couldn't get through, had to use a side street.
It's causing more confusion than anything else if you're not sure how to go about getting around that thing.
And residents said it wasn't very attractive either. NDOT removed the roundabout, but now drivers are speeding through the intersection once again. Officials are considering a four-way stop. Now, the now deceased leader of Hamas, who masterminded the October 7th massacre, reportedly told Hamas officials based outside of Gaza to reject any deals to return the hostages, in part because the Biden-Harris administration was beginning to turn on Israel. That's according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. The Journal report said that Yahya Sinwar believed the longer negotiations were drawn out, more civilian casualties would occur, and that would create worldwide pressure on Israel to cave in to Hamas's demands. A state lawmaker is calling on metro leaders to make greenways safer after the seemingly random murder of a woman out exercising last week. Since the shooting death of Alyssa Lockett, Fox 17 says that Democrat State Representative Jason Powell penned a letter to Mayor O'Connell, Police Chief John Drake, and the Metro Parks Director that a good start would be active patrolling by police bicycle teams on greenways, also improved lighting and emergency call stations. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. What if you could take all of the high-interest debt that you have, like credit cards and car loans, and just consolidate everything into one lower payment? And you could get it done by January. Loan Pronto can do that for you. So stop stressing and call them today to get started. Now, listen, we've got the lowest rates right now going on in the last couple of years. So right now is the perfect chance to use your home's equity and save big time going into the new year. They've got rates with APRs in the low fives, and they're getting homeowners hundreds of thousands of dollars out of their home's equity. Homeowners who do this can save, on average, $850 a month. Now, Loan Pronto offers a ton of options, including total refis or their express equity lines of credit. So call now and get a rate quote in just minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like the other guys. Call them today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. You won't make a house payment till 2025. LoanPronto.com, 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com, 615-499-5780, and get your free rate quote right now. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
In Antioch, Bell Road, west of Cane Ridge Road, it's a crash involving injuries. Another one in Green Hills on Hillsborough Pike, north of Woodmont Boulevard. That's also involving injuries. And Antioch, Old Hickory Boulevard at Whitmore Lane. Make that Whitmore Lane. An accident involving injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
I don't know. People always make fun of me when I mispronounce things.
Yes.
So I don't know. Should we, Johnny?
What are you asking?
Tell us, John.
I don't know. I'm not so sure.
We'll leave it to you.
Hold on. Yeah. Hey, Joan.
I knew this was going to be me.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joan.
Gang of four, Joan Jones, Johnny B, Chris Hand, and me. Check out 9885, and I'll let you decide how you want to handle this. It's like a
That's
teachable
smart.
moment, isn't
That's
it?
Good.
Isn't that good, Johnny?
That's better than hitting me about 5 seconds before we're supposed to go on. Hey, ask Joan.
You're news lady. I'm a news lady.
You're a
I
news
feel like
lady.
the church lady, the news lady.
Do you want to read it, or do you want us to just talk about candy corn?
Someone tell your news lady how to pronounce Cheatham County.
That's
how you're supposed to say it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Is there
Cheatham?
an alternate pronunciation?
Did you say something different in the newscast?
Not that I know of.
I don't know. I thought it was always Cheatham County. That's what I was.
Well, there you go.
I've been saying Cheatham.
It's Cheatham. We've all been saying Cheatham.
It's Cheatham, Howie, and why?
Right.
I thought the TH made the sound.
Doesn't make, well, it's kind of like, what's the other one that I've never understood? Murray County.
Yes.
Right.
It
looks like Maury.
It looks like Maury, but it's Murray.
Yes.
My first week here, I think I told you guys. I know I told you about this, Johnny, probably off the air.
Yeah.
But I did my first week here an entire hour. Back when I used to do hour-long topics, I did an hour-long topic on something in Maury County. You know that damn producer didn't correct me?
What?
When I went for an hour. He could have said,
guess who?
hey, it's actually Murray County,
hey,
not
guess
Maury
what?
County.
I am off the hook. Are you ready?
Yes.
It wasn't me. It was the traffic chick.
Oh.
Ah.
Hey, Christy O'Brien, you're on notice.
Yeah, you are, Chris.
He said it's the woman named O'Brien. I know Joan's name.
And I know that's Christy's real name too.
Are you sure it's not O'Brien? Because listen, she's going to mispronounce Cheatham.
Or Briem.
Yeah, or Bruin.
But here's the great thing about that story about my first week here and doing an entire hour-long discussion on something in Maury County.
Yeah.
Was this is how much I love the WTN audience. They were so polite. I had an hour full of phone calls. Not one person said, "Oh, by the way." This y'all are so nice and polite.
This is how you know it was pre-super text line.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan, I really noticed some of those, some of the people on the text line that are kind of mean to you.
Oh, I know.
Like, really?
Well, which are you? I mean, you talking about really, really mean?
No, I'm talking about mean.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, there's one guy. I don't want to pay too much attention to him, but there's one guy who is, whatever. He doesn't like me for whatever reason. It's cool, and I don't like him, so we'll just move on from there.
It's mutual.
It is mutual. Yeah, this dude. So he. So you saw the same ones that I did, Joan. I've stopped reading them. They're like novels.
He writes you novels?
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
dedication.
and they're like so hateful. And I mean,
So hateful.
really hateful.
You know what we ought to do? We ought to get like some sappy music and
read them over the sappy music.
And read them over the sappy music.
We have a sad violin on the.
Do we have a sad
button,
violin?
on the button bar? We do.
Do we? Yeah.
Yeah. But,
I could, but I don't really want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to give them.
Some of them are very personal.
Well, you know what the thing is that people like that really are not that important to me.
Nope.
At all.
Now, the ones that get me are the ones that try to trip you up to have you read them.
Those are my best part.
And get in trouble.
Yeah, those are the best ones.
Yeah.
And Joan, you weren't here, but I got caught a couple of times by reading something I can't. Do you remember any of them, Johnny, that we could actually do on the air?
No. They were ones we were going, Dan, step away. I remember Ken one time going, Dan, stop now.
Step away from the super text, man. Step away.
Run.
He did. Oh, man. Anyway, whatever. No.
Hey, 8548, Christy, Joan, what's the difference?
Oh,
Seriously?
Man.
Fighting words.
Boy, there's a
big difference.
Yeah. I mean, he must be the kind of guy that's telling his wife, get me a beer. Woman.
He's one of those Doug Emhoff kind of guys.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I slapped
Probably
you
knocked
the
up a
head.
nanny or two. Did you hear what one of the super texters said about Maria Shriver and Maria Shriver and Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Both of their ex-husbands knocked up the nanny.
They have something in common.
Listen, that's what I love about the super text.
Yeah.
Is that you folks, man, you come up with some great lines and some that won't get me fired.
Zingers.
Yes, little zingers. All right, so Chris.
Yeah.
Candy corn.
Mm-mm.
What?
Thank you, Chris.
No.
Why? But I don't understand why.
That we don't need to. It's just a hard no.
Yeah,
There's nothing candy nor corn about it.
It looks
candy
corn.
Corny, maybe.
No. Nope.
Are you a communist?
And hang on, not everything we do is because we need to. Not everything we eat is because we need to eat.
Oof.
Right?
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, I don't need a Reese's peanut butter cup, but
I would be willing to bet that the actual piece of candy corn is only a few molecules away from actual plastic.
Yes, I would agree.
It's okay. You can be wrong.
You're a candy corn guy?
I love candy corn. There's a bit from way back, so I don't want to revisit it, but I love candy corn. And then I was saying at 5:35, a listener brought me like a 5-pound bag of candy corn.
How much candy corn is too much candy corn?
Well, apparently 5 pounds. Because that cured me of my love of candy corn because I haven't had any candy corn since. But man, I was eating candy corn in like August.
Jeez.
That stuff is like if there's a nuclear war, cockroaches and candy corn. That's all that's left.
In fact, I think that's what candy corn is. It's left from a nuclear fallout.
That's exactly.
it's too good for that.
Whatever. Funny thing happened at the Taylor Swift concert.
It did. So I don't have the kind of money for these kind of trolls, but if I did, I would definitely engage in them. There was night 2 of the Miami tour, and a gentleman decided to fly an airplane over the tour with one of those banners that have messages.
Sure.
You know, you're all familiar with those.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But this banner said, Trump 2024, ready for it, cat lady, MAGA.
I love that.
That's awesome.
I love that. I hope somebody showed it to her because, Taylor Swift probably didn't see it. But that'd be very funny.
That would be funny.
Yesterday.
She would just shake it off.
Yesterday, I was driving in yesterday, and I saw a guy in front of me, and he had a sticker on the back of his car that said "Cat Dad AF." Have you ever seen that?
What?
No.
So I was going to tweet. I was going to take a picture and tweet and be like, found the white dude for Harris. but I paused. I paused my Twitter fingers because I don't know what kind of car Belle drives.
Whoa.
Are you and Belle getting along these days?
Oh, you didn't hear Belle's producing your show today.
You're in trouble, buddy.
I think we're safe. Belle doesn't get up before 11.
That's right.
By the way, Jason says I'd rather eat Dan's underwear off the banister at the station than eat candy corn.
I would take the candy corn.
Wow. Yeah, I take the candy corn as well. That's going a bit far.
Whatever.
A heck of a callback.
Boy, that's committed right there.
You know what? We've had some of those today where people bring up stuff happen. Somebody brought up something. So I don't even remember when this was. Somebody saw me eating at Sonic. This was years ago. And so the person sent me an email while I was eating at Sonic and said, "Hey, Dan, Sonic is bad for you. You shouldn't eat it." And
oh my!
And I so white trash. I had like my windshield was broken on my car, and it was a bad time in my life. So it
was pre-Marconi, people. Come
sure.
on.
Yeah. And so a guy says, "Remember the time the listener emailed you while you were eating at Sonic?" And there was that listener. And I'd totally forgotten about that. I don't know when that was. That was years ago. But it's so funny. And people remember that stuff long after I've forgotten.
That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
In a creepy kind of way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It is creepy.
I see you eating yogurt. Why are you drinking kami coffee? You know what I mean? I had a guy, when was it? A couple weeks ago, I was at Starbucks like I always do. And then the guy walked up to me and he said that. He said, why are you drinking kami coffee? I thought you were conservative. Totally kidding. Because he listens all the time. And so he knows the joke about Starbucks kami coffee. It was all, fun. Everybody knows I love Space Cowboy coffee.
Yeah.
That is my favorite. SpaceCowboyCoffee.com.
I just want to know how these people know that it's you. Is it the shiny head?
It's everything, Joan. I mean, there's none other like.
You know what?
I saw a glare coming from inside the car, and I knew it had to be Mandis.
I saw that shining beacon of truth.
You know, it's like one of what do they call them off the ocean, where they
a lighthouse.
A lighthouse. My head is like a lighthouse.
A
Says
lighthouse.
A lighthouse.
You
Yeah.
have to tell him that word.
So I'm sort of shaking my head, and it's just like I'm all the ships at sea, guiding all the ships at sea.
Oh, my goodness.
That's really dumb. Hey, Chris, what's coming up?
What's on the big show today?
Well, we're gonna dive into the Kamala escorting Christians out of the church. There's been some updates. Also, Donald Trump reacting to it. J.D. Vance reacting to it. It does seem like the left is in total meltdown. And Joy Reid had Michael Moore on her show. Did you play any of this audio?
No.
If there's ever been two more unlikable people in the same room coping and seething at the same time, I haven't seen it. But they're saying America should be grateful that they end up like Detroit. And then Michael Moore says, everybody makes fun of us. Cleveland said, at least we're not Detroit. And then there's so much more to it. We'll break it all down.
Did they need air purifiers after that interview?
I'm sure.
My goodness.
I bet they did.
Do you know, I'm actually disappointed I don't have that audio. But you know what it is? I think that Joy Reid, she has no credibility left. And I don't know if she ever did. But then you put Michael Moore in there as well.
Oh.
It's like, two negatives definitely do not make a positive.
Yeah, we need less of more.
It's a credibility black hole.
Oh, that's a good one.
A credibility black hole. I like it. So there you go. Yeah, a lot of gas bag in there with Michael Moore. I love how people are like extolling the virtues of Detroit, but nobody wants to go there. Have you noticed that about?
Well, I did make the comment yesterday, and I think that this rings a little true. Lizzo lives in California.
Yeah.
So when she says that America is going to become like Detroit, maybe it's an improvement. I was in Detroit over the week or over the summer. Didn't step over any hypodermic needles. There was no human feces in the streets. I didn't see any tent cities. So when you compare Detroit to San Francisco, I would imagine it's actually an upgrade.
It's interesting. Somebody actually sent a video on the super text line, and it was a video of a whole bunch of homeless people camping out, and it's kind of grainy. I was waiting for Bigfoot to walk out, but it was a funny joke. People, come on!
I like the Bigfoot joke.
I was following
It was
you.
It was a grainy video, and I didn't recognize where it was. And I said, "Where is that?" It was Nashville, across the street from the bus station at the Cordell Hull building.
Oh,
Wow.
So we're getting our own little tent city.
Oh,
Hopefully somebody does something
you
about
should have
it.
seen the guy in the corner today coming off the highway, turning into our offices here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. It's that corner that you guys told me they call
Carjack Corner.
Carjack Corner.
Yes.
Yeah. He was pulling weeds, for one thing, at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, he's going to try to smoke them.
I guess it was like 3. Yeah.
He's probably my hater that hates me and, sends me nasty text
Stalking
messages all the
you,
time.
yes.
Yeah.
All right, Joan Jones, what's coming up?
Hey, what Russia may be doing to beef up their troops, it's being called unethical. And those touchscreen voting machines are causing headaches for more Tennessee voters. Those stories coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:54, Nashville's Morning News. Listen, friends, if you've ever wanted to live by the lake, a great opportunity is coming up quick. Listen up. Tennessee National, a highly anticipated lakefront resort, golf, and marina community, is having a fall sales event, releasing a limited number of lake lots to the public with upgrades and savings one day only on Saturday, October 26th. Now, speaking of those upgrades, listen, you've got lake townhome upgrades, outdoor living space upgrades as well, plus 2 years free boat rentals, plus 2 years of free social memberships as well. Home site and golf savings as well. You're talking about $10,000 off of golf memberships, plus 50% off of a brand new golf cart. Now, this is an amazing community that also has pickleball courts, pools, on-site golf, coffee shops, and a whole lot more. It's just over 20 minutes from Knoxville, Tennessee. Financing is available. Now, don't forget, the previews is going to be on Saturday, October 26th. You can find them online, TennesseeNational.com. That's TennesseeNational.com, or call them 865-408-9992, 865-408-9992, TennesseeNational.com.